The art of medicine is the heritage of Anatolia. You are in Turkey, the place where the first hospital of the world was founded and Hippocrates was born and grew up. In these lands, we treated the diseases with water, precious plants, and music. Our thousands of years of medical tradition reached a new level today with the advanced technology. But hospitality of Turkey and its air, useful for both soul and body, is still the same. Turkey attracts everybody by its nature, history, dynamic social life, as well as the best and most effective treatment possibilities since long time. With its high-standard hospitals and doctors known around the world, Turkey maintains its specialty of being the center of health of the region since long time. Because Turkey is at the intersection points of its continents. It is located at the center of Europe, Balkans, Russian, Middle East, and North Africa. Approximately 1 billion people can arrive at Turkey only with a few hours' flight. Turkish Airlines carries millions of people from 120 countries and 290 cities to Turkey by direct flights. There is a reason why so many people prefer Turkey. Because Turkey offers the newest technology treatment systems at the same time with the world. With its competitive price policy, it is among first choices of those who are looking for the top quality service with optimum prices. Turkey provides comfort with its high-standard hospitals during healing process, with its hospitals having Center of Excellence Awards and Joint Commission accreditation certificates. It maintains its privileged place in the region. An experienced team with 724 specialist services and air ambulances works for satisfaction of the guests. Experienced Turkish doctors who break grounds all around the world continues to control their patients after treatment. Thus, Turkey takes place on the top 3 in the world health tourism destinations. Turkey accommodates patients from 144 countries every year in the risky treatments and operations required high technology. It uses robotic surgery. Marrow, organ, and stem cell transplantations are performed by awarded doctors through the latest technology. With innovative treatment systems such as inorganic organ production and transplantation, life-saving results are achieved. There is a progressive vision behind this success. Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, the founder of modern Republic of Turkey, started this vision by saying, "Entrust me to Turkish doctors." Today, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic, is still treated by Turkish doctors. Since the early years of the Republic, young doctors have completed their postgraduate education abroad. Turkish health sector has made a big progress with an investment of $30 billion in 15 promising successes in the treatment of common cancer and cardiovascular diseases. A complete healing is achieved in a short time by non-surgical treatments of the brain tumors. Children needing treatment in different branches such as blood diseases, marrow transplantation, heart surgery, brain tumors, etc. are also achieving health again in Turkey because the best treatment methods are applied with a smiling and kindly approach. Services allowing the children to have a pleasant time facilitate treatment processes. Children, our most precious existences, are deserving of this special attention. Also, there are many treatment alternatives for those who want to have children in Turkey. Couples are enjoying having children and growing their family with infertility treatment, advanced genetics applications, and in vitro fertilization methods. Turkey is where the civilizations was born and continue. With its active city life, untouched nature, and majestic history, Turkey transforms your treatment process into a comfortable and pleasant holiday. "375 member organizations, which adopted ethical principles of Turkish Healthcare and Travel Council, work for happiness of the guests. We are at the intersection point of hearts and continents. Hope to see you soon. Right choice for your life. Turkey, healing generations for centuries."
Medical tourism started long years back, thousands years ago, long centuries. The people started to travel from their home countries to other countries or to neighbor countries in order to get better, high quality and high standard healthcare and treatments. Today's, with the updated technology, state-of-art technologies introduced in many countries. Turkey is one of these countries, been invested lately heavy in healthcare industry and become one of the preferred destination and one of the leading destination for healthcare travelers. The healthcare travelers and medical tourism, the citizens are today traveling from one continent to other continents in order to get better and high standard quality of healthcare and affordable prices. This is what name it medical tourism.
The art of medicine is the heritage of Anatolia. You are in Turkey, the place where the first hospital of the world was founded and Hippocrates was born and grew up.
Now we open. Okay, we can start. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I wish you happy and healthy days to all our participant visitors and the exhibitors from Turkey and visitors from 7 countries of Balkan region. So this is our second day of online
exhibition, medical tourism exhibition. And yesterday we had, after the opening ceremony, we had many different direction of webinars, presentation done by our valuable professors and doctors and share their experience. And finally today we have our second day of webinars, and we are starting with Medipol Mega University Hospitals with Professor Dr. Özcan Yıldız. He is going to do his presentation, Precaution Medicine in Oncology. Before we are starting to the presentation and the webinars, I would like to remind all our visitors, professional visitors from Balkan region, please request B2B meetings with our clinic and travel agent, thermal hotels, and spa and wellness hotels in order that you can conduct your B2B meeting, business to business meeting, and to start your collaboration and exchange your information and know-how in between you and our participant, that in order we achieve our goals organizing this online medical tourism exhibition and conference. Now I would like to leave the floor to Professor Dr. Özcan Yıldız with his presentation of medicine and oncology. Thank you.
Dear guests, dear colleagues. Today I chose a topic called precision medicine, which is very popular in medical world at the moment. And we are on the way of a personalized healthcare with precision medicine. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, if we define precision medicine, we mean precision medicine is a way healthcare providers can can you correct the cameras, please? Yes. Precision medicine is a way of healthcare providers can offer and plan specific care for their patients based on the person's genes or the genes in their cancer cells. Next slide. So precision medicine looks at how a specific gene change or gene mutation might affect a person's risk of getting a certain cancer, or if they already have cancer, how their genes or genes in their cancer cells might affect treatment. Next slide. So personalized medicine in cancer requires identification of genetic alterations that drive carcinogenesis and treatment with drugs that can effectively inhibit the function of genetic alterations. For example, a mutated gene in this pair has changed the DNA translation or RNA translation of the gene so that a driving mutation can cause a cancer. Yes. So what is the current definition? Use of therapeutic agents that target any biological abnormality that is associated with carcinogenesis, including immunotherapy. So we want to hit the target with that gene if we produce a specific drug for that mutated gene. So mutations can be inherited from one or both parents. This is called germline mutations. So germline testing is gaining importance. For example, PARP inhibitors, if we detect germline mutation in the DNA, we can give PARP inhibitors to prostate cancer, pancreatic cancer, for example, breast cancer, or even prostate cancer. So we can divide mutations into two different forms. One is germline mutation, which is inherited in our normal bodies, normal cells in our body. And we have also somatic mutations, which is only present in our tumor cells. So what did that mean? So somatic mutation, for example, a normal lung cell can be mutated so that lung cancer cell can be produced. For example, a normal islet cell in our the pancreatic cell, if there is a mutation in the cell of pancreas, a diabetic islet cell can be produced. So how genomic alterations cause cancer? When genes are altered or mutated, the resulting proteins produced can have altered sequence, structure, or function. Sometimes no protein or complete proteins are made, resulting in dysfunction in the pathways that regulate cells, growth, division, and death, for example, which causes cancer. So cancer is a dynamic phenomenon. It is caused by accumulation of genomic alterations. It starts with fertilized egg, continues with gestation, infancy, and then ultimately a lot of mutations accumulate. For example, if you, as you see, the red circles are somatic mutations, and the gray circles are the other mutations. So when they accumulate, a cancer can occur. So this is called genomic instability. So we have to understand all the genomic alterations. All cancers arise as a result of changes in the DNA of cancer cells, though not all of these changes present in a cancer would have been involved in its development. These are called passenger mutations. We have many passenger mutations. As you see in this slide, maybe 10,000 passenger mutations. But in one specific cancer, for example, in lung cancer, we see only 5 to 10 biologically relevant alterations. So these are called driver mutations that can cause the actual cancer. So one or two of the driver mutations can also be actionable, which means we can target this mutation with a specific drug so that we can treat the patient. Sometimes a cure can occur. So how do we test? How do we test all these mutations? We have different types of mutations, so we have to test all these mutations. For example, one is base substitution, the other is insertion and deletion mutations, and one is copy number alterations, and the other is rearrangement or gene fusions. So the genomic alterations driving a tumor growth is depicted in this diagram, in this slide. For example, in a base substitution in EGFR gene can cause an EGFR mutation, so a specific EGFR mutated lung cancer. For example, another one is EGFR lysine 858R mutation or L861Q mutation. So this is another type of lung tumor that we can target with a specific drug, which is now in the market. Or another one is BRAF mutation, which is also a very specific mutation that can be detected in with next generation sequencing methods. So this is another example, which is called an insertion and deletion mutations. For example, in EGFR exon 19 deletions in lung cancer is actionable. We can target this mutation with a specific drug called erlotinib and gefitinib. So sometimes we see copy number alterations. If there is a copy number alteration, for example, in breast cancer, which is called HER2 amplification, that we can test this with different methods, also with next generation sequencing methods. So we can give Herceptin to breast cancer. So this is called, literally, this is called a tailored medicine or precision medicine. So rearrangement mutation or gene fusions is another example. For example, RET fusions in lung cancer or thyroid cancer can be targeted with a very new drug, which is in the market very recently. So what is the key learnings up to now? Cancer is a disease of the genome and the result of the accumulation of genomic alteration over time. the 4 different classes of genomic alterations that I have just explained is associated with driving tumor growth are base substitutions, insertions and deletions, copy number alterations, and rearrangements. So you see here, we test all these mutations with different types of methods, with different methods. For example, immunohistochemistry, FISH, PCR, Sanger method, or NGS-based hotspot testing or hybrid capture, and finally, whole exome sequencing or whole genome sequencing methods. So NGS technologies have enabled comprehensive genomic profiling. So what is the advantage of this? So this can be done very quickly. For example, an NGS test result can have a turnaround time around 1 week or 2 weeks up to now, and which is quite cheap according to the previous ones. So are we ready to say goodbye to one-size-fits-all cancer treatments like chemotherapy or radiotherapy or hormones? So maybe yes, because precision oncology paradigm is shifting now our understanding of cancer treatments completely. So cancer cell, we have a cancer cell, even single cancer cell can be tested with genomic analysis, and we can have different variants like HER2, P53, MEK1, EGFR, or FGFR1. So we have many, many drugs specifically to these mutations. So precision medicine in cancer is being used for certain cancers that help now what tests and treatment are best, identify who might be at high risk for cancer. So patient A with mutation A can be treated with drug A. Patient B with mutation B can be treated with drug B. So doctors might use precision medicine to help them prevent some type of cancer, find certain cancers early, diagnose a specific type of cancer correctly, choose what treatment options are best, and evaluate how treatment is working. Incorporation of levels of evidence into variant reporting clinical practice. So in recent years, molecular profile is ordered as standard of care or for clinical trials. So we can direct our patients according to mutations to different kinds of clinical trials, which are run in Turkey, also in Europe, and also in Ukraine. I have seen in one report, you have running a lot of clinical trials in your country. Interpretation of molecular profile. So expert oncologists in precision medicine are required, specialized team of molecular biologists. So selection and treatment on clinical trials is based on recommendation of tumor molecular board, clinical trial availability, patient preference and eligibility, and study sponsor and insurance approval. So why now? Because the time is right, because sequencing of human genome is possible. Improved technologies for biomedical analysis like biostatistics or bioanalytics, new tools for using large data sets. This is called big data. So we can study this big tool with bioinformatics very quickly. So precision oncology has changed the survival of cancer patients. For example, once with chemotherapy, when the survival of metastatic breast cancer, it was around 12 months or 15 months. Now with chemotherapy plus trastuzumab, a smart drug, the survival now increased more than 2 years. Another example is Gleevec. For example, with chemotherapy, CML was a deadly disease. Now there is a Gleevec, which is a smart drug. Even cure is possible in chronic myelogenous leukemia. So what is the challenges in precision oncology? We have tumor heterogeneity. So when we sample one tumor from one site, maybe submutations is not there. Maybe if we sample the tumor again, or if we sample another organ, another metastasis, the tumor the mutations can change. So we can hurdle these problems with now liquid biopsies. We can draw blood and we can see different kinds of mutations in the circulation, in the circulating DNA of the tumors, which is called cell-free DNA. So precision oncology, in spite of challenges, is very, very popular, very important, and I think this is the future of modern medicine, modern cancer treatment. So molecular profiling, prognostic markers, markers predictive of drug sensitivity and resistance can also be detected. So markers predictive of adverse events can also be detected with one report. So a typical precision oncology workflow is, in day one, when a patient visits a clinic, we take the biopsy in 2 to 4 days. Pathology review is up to 5 days. Sample preparation in the 6th day, and molecular analysis in 8th day. Bioinformatics, 9 or 12, 11 days. Molecular tumor board should be gathered in the 2nd week, and maybe in the 3rd week, results and treatment can start. So molecular tumor board consists of multi-institutional participants like medical oncologists, surgical oncologists, bioinformatician, pathologist, radiologist, radiation oncologist, and maybe geneticists. So we have different kinds of trials running at Medipol at the moment, of course, in different areas of the world. So an umbrella trial is an important trial. In one type of cancer, we can detect different kinds of mutations, and we can test several drugs at the same time in the same trial. Another trial called basket trial, multiple types of cancer can be tested simultaneously if there is one common genetic mutation, and we can test one single drug. So if we broaden our ideas, for example, if we want to understand how all these precision medicine works, we have to analyze meta-analysis. So if we, for example, if you look at this paper from Maria Schwarterle, yes, this is a phase 2 clinical trial. We see with precision medicine, yes, next slide, please. With precision medicine, with personalized medicine, if there is a pool analysis, a meta-analysis, you see the response rate is much higher than the conventional personalized medicine, if you see on the left-hand side. So in the middle, you'll see the median progression-free survival of cancers. If you treat the patient personally, personalized medicine, you see much better than the not personalized one. And in the median overall survival on the right-hand side, you see a far better outcome with personalized medicine. So if you see the Kaplan-Meier curve, which is the survival curve, here, the traditional, the green one is worse than the red-colored curve, which is the targeted treatment. So overall survival is also far better than the standard chemotherapy. If you treat our patients with targeted cancer therapy, you see up to double survival. So we divide our results into different tiers, like tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4. And so tier 1 is very of strong clinical significance. So we see a very good result, for example, if there is a drug and very good outcome, we say this is a tier 1. So tier 2 is variant of potential clinical significance. We treat our patients, maybe not FDA approved, but this is FDA approved with different types of cancer, but we can still treat the patient with that drug. So for example, lung cancer mutation, there are many different types of mutations in lung cancer, like KRAS, EGFR, and many rare mutations. But these mutations are very, very good mutations for patients. They can be targeted very easily with smart drugs, and we can have very good outcome. For example, this is a BRAF mutation in a patient with salivary cancer. You see here on the left-hand side, you see the cancer, which is in dark colored. The black ones are all cancer on the upper body. So after you treat with a drug, with a smart drug called demoraphenib, the patient's, all the lesions are vanished. So how can the cancer patient be tested? So this is called, for example, Foundation 1 CDX. This is a commercial test from Roche company. A solid tumor can be tested easily, as I explained in previous slides. All solid tumors can be tested. So there is a companion diagnostic indications, for example, for lung cancer, EGFR testing, or ALK testing or BRAF testing. They are all tested at the same time in a single test. So this is a sample test. For example, this is ordered by a physician. An EGFR mutation has been found, and we can treat this EGFR mutation with 4 different types of drugs called afatinib, gefitinib, osimertinib, or erlotinib. So we have to choose one of these drugs. These are all FDA-approved therapeutic options. We can also find different kinds of information from the same test. For example, if the patient has microsatellite unstable, we can choose another drug. Or if the tumor has a high mutation burden, we can choose another drug, which are all FDA approved. For example, this is a patient with high tumor mutational burden with 24 mutation per megabase. So we can choose different kinds of immunotherapies called atezolizumab, durvalumab, or pembrolizumab. So what is on the horizon? So comprehensive assessment of cancer is the future. So we test the patient with DNA sequencing. We can find epigenetic alterations. We can see microRNA expression, RNAs with RNA sequencing. And we can also do multiplex immunohistochemistry staining at the same time with the same sample without sacrificing our sample tissue. And finally, we can test the blood with circulating DNAs, and we can see our patient's outcome dynamically. For example, after the patient progresses on one drug, we can still test the patient in their blood with different kinds of genomic mutations. So I wanted to give you my select cases. For example, this patient was a 58-year-old man diagnosed with lung adenocarcinoma and liver metastasis. So conventional molecular investigations were all negative with the old methods. So after 2 cycles of cisplatin and gemcitabine, he refused further chemotherapy. So a PET-CT revealed brain, progressing bone, lymph nodes, and liver metastasis. So I ordered a comprehensive genomic screening with this patient. So we found different kinds of genomic alterations in this patient. For example, one is ROS1 fusion. So I could give this patient a smart drug called erlotinib or gefitinib. Here you see. So for ROS1 patient, I can give ceritinib or crizotinib to this patient. So this is the detailed explanation of why I can give this smart drug to that patient. Yes, we can skip. So this is another patient, a 37-year-old woman with triple negative breast cancer. Yes. So this patient also had TP53 mutation, which we don't any smart drug for that patient, but this TP53 mutation give us a very good idea about the prognosis of the patient. So how the patient progresses, how serious the patient has his tumor, her tumor. Yeah, this is the typical report of TP53. This is another patient, a 30-year-old woman with gastric mass and liver metastasis. Endoscopic biopsy was an adenocarcinoma. This patient actually had biliary tract carcinoma. So this patient has EGFR amplification and ERB2 amplification. So I can give this patient, I could have given this patient different kinds of treatment, but I have given this patient trastuzumab because we detected ERB2 amplification. The patient responded well to cisplatin, capecitabine, and trastuzumab, which is a tailored drug, a smart drug for precision medicine. So another patient, 58-year-old Turkish man with stage 3 left lung adenocancer, received chemoradiation between November 2017 and 2008, January 2018. He was a 30-pack-year current smoker when he developed bone metastasis and a new lesion in the contralateral lung. Pemetrexed, carboplatin, and bevacizumab combination was started. And we ordered Foundation 1 DCX test for this patient. And the patient had NF1 mutation, which is associated with a smart drug called, yes, trametinib or cobimetinib. So trametinib was an FDA-approved drug for this patient. And also the patient had high tumor mutational burden, which is associated with a very good drug called avelumab. Yes, we can skip all these. This is another woman called 65-year-old Libyan woman. Also, we had, in this patient, we had P10 abnormality. Yes, we can see the report. P10 abnormality, tumor mutation low, microsatellite instability stable. And the patient can be treated with everolimus and temsirolimus with P10 mutation. So another patient, a Libyan patient, 70-year-old. This patient had also lung cancer, metastatic. This patient also had NRAS mutation with trametinib. Trametinib was a smart drug for that patient. Yes, we can continue. Yeah, we can skip all these. Yeah, this 58-year-old non-smoker man presented with right-sided pleural effusion. When he was diagnosed with lung adenocancer from the effusion, we staged the patient as stage 4 lung cancer, and we requested Foundation 1 DCX test. So the patient had EGFR mutation, which I taught before. So we can give the patient osimertinib. So I gave this patient osimertinib for EGFR mutation. The patient's lung, if you see on the right with the arrow, a huge lung mass with pleural effusion. So after 2 months with a smart drug called anti-EGFR, yes, after 2 months supply of osimertinib, the patient's mass disappeared, as you see in this slide. Thank you very much. So if you have questions, I am happy to answer your questions.
Yes. Again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen who are newly participated. Good morning, and wish you have a healthy and happy day for second day of our online exhibition and conference of medical tourism, Turkish medical tourism. Actually, we have listened to Professor Dr. Ozan Yıldız about oncology medicines. Was very informative, and thanks to Dr. Professor Özcan about presentation and sharing his experience and know-how with us and the method of new technology for oncology treatment. So I would like to just go back to our program and would like to present you Healing Generation for Centuries, my presentation about Turkish medical tourism, the development, and before and after COVID, post-COVID, what we have done, which steps we have taken, and how we can collaborate and our roadmap of our collaboration. I will going to leave you with my 31-minute, 22-second presentation. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, would like to welcome you to Turkish Healthcare Travel Council presentation. My name is Emin Çakmak, founding chairman of Turkish Healthcare Travel Council. When we start our journey to healthcare industry and healthcare services as Turkey, we started with slogans saying that healing generations for centuries. Turkish Healthcare Travel Council is also the member of Global Healthcare Travel Council, which has started their journey in 2013, saying that global healthcare for all. I'm the founding chairman also, and the first term of the president of Global Healthcare Travel Council between 2013 and 2015. Who is THTC? I would like to give summary and information about Turkish Healthcare Travel Council. THTC was established in 2005 with an aim of developing international medical tourism to Turkey and assisting foreign patients. We are an official association of Turkish medical travel services providers operating as non-profit organization under Turkish law and supported by the Turkish government. Turkish Healthcare Travel Council members has long-standing arrangements with more than 375 best Turkish healthcare and tourism facilities, general hospitals, dental and aesthetic medicine clinics, thermal wellness and spa centers, hotel and resorts, travel agencies, and assistant companies, etc. So these are our profiles of our memberships, recommended members of council acting according to THTC ethical code and understandings. As you can see, we have general hospitals, we have clinics, we have thermal resort travel agencies, and spa and wellness resorts and centers. THTC Global Network offices and network partners within 168 offices in 92 countries. THTC is now the largest medical travel association both in Turkey and in the world. The main objective of opening THTC offices in foreign market is to give a direct access to the advanced yet affordable Turkish healthcare to those patients whose conditions cannot be treated in their home countries. International patients can contact us directly or through their medical doctors, insurance companies, travel agents, or other facilitators whom we consider our partners. Establishing partner relations in between our association and our partners. The purpose of this presentation is to outline advanced medical treatment possibilities offered by Turkish Healthcare Travel Council members to international patients, but also to describe a roadmap to mutual beneficial cooperation with foreign doctors, insurance companies, travel agents, and other facilitators. As a responsible organization interested in developing long-lasting partner relationship, THTC offer fair incentive to each partner category, including medical doctors who send their patient to Turkey to get a treatment which cannot be provided adequately in their home country. Why Turkey? Turkey has made advanced medical services accessible and affordable for patients from all over the world. In the last 20 years, Turkey has invested more than 50 billion United States dollars in new hospitals and latest medical technologies such as cyber knives, gamma knife, TrueBeam, Da Vinci robotic surgery, stem cell treatment, cordial blood and bone marrow transplantation, organ transplantation such as heart, kidney, and liver transplantation. As you may see in my presentation, the technological advanced technologies available in Turkey like cyber knife, gamma knife, Da Vinci robotic surgery, stem cell treatment. Why Turkey as to prefer to be medical travel destination in the world, one of the preferred one. We have more than 10,000 doctors who graduated from Western medical universities. Our medical, healthcare and wellness treatments are generally much more affordable than same procedures and interventions in many other countries. In state-of-art Turkish hospitals, you can get any technologically advanced procedure you need at time that's suit for you. As well as national carrier Turkish Airlines, it is easy to fly from country of the world to Turkey with Turkish Airlines flying directly to Istanbul from 350 international airports. We're proud with our national carriers, flag carriers, Turkish Airlines, thanks to their development and connecting us with the world. Thanks to a potent combination of the world-class medical services and developed hospitality and structures, geographically convenience and natural beauty, cuisines, Turkey has become a preferred global healthcare travel destination and center across various segments as medical treatment, wellness, spa and thermalism, sport medicine, retirement tourism, accessible tourism, and many more. One of the segmentation that we are trying to promote internationally, which is unique in the world, Dr. Fish. We have almost more than 2 million Dr. Fish population in the thermal facility of treating eczema and psoriasis diseases in Sivas Kangal, Central Anatolia, which is unique in the world. The results are very successful and the results are very hopeful for all our patients who are suffering from eczema and psoriasis. As well, we have hot spring thermal waters, medical spas, treatments in the cities of Afyon, Bursa, Yalova, Kütahya, Denizli, İzmir, Çeşme, Muğla and Kangal Sivas. These are some of our hot spring thermal waters available cities. We have many more, but these are the leading cities are serving physiotherapy and rehabilitation as a medical spa treatment combination with hot spring thermal waters with a natural hot waters helping for a treatment and helping for anti-aging of our patients who are coming from many other neighbor countries and other countries. As well as we are serving in spa and wellness resorts in Istanbul, Sapanca, İzmir, Antalya, Bodrum, Dalyan in a high world-class standards as a spa and wellness resorts. We serve well-being treatment to all our patients and to all our guests who are preferring Turkey as spa and wellness treatment. We have one of the rising star of healthcare travel, retirement tourism. Retirement tourism today become very popular in Turkey because Turkey has mild climate all over the year. In the Aegean and Mediterranean Sea coastline, we have Antalya, Alanya, Marmaris, Kaş, Dalyan and Didim are the temperature between 15 to 35 degree all over 12 months all over the year. So for this reason, the nature, sea and sun and cuisine attract a lot of retired Europeans and from Nordic countries and from CIS countries and from Africa as well. People prefer to come and to retire in Turkey for long stay and long living in Turkey. Service and quality and accreditation in Turkey as our medical and healthcare services. All our hospitals in Turkey operate under the Ministry of Health, Quality and Standard Accreditation. The Ministry of Health has established special departments to monitor the hospitals' compliance with the rules and regulations, including the prices and the cost for medical travelers from international countries. The service quality of many private hospitals in Turkey has been approved by the world-renowned accreditation agency like JCI accreditation from United States, like TEMOS from Germany, as well as they need Turkish Healthcare Travel Council accreditation when they would like to receive an international patient. Number of international patients who are coming to Turkey for medical treatments. As you can see, 2005, we had only 3-digit numbers and figures. But nowadays, in 2019, we have closed with a number of 1,087,000 patients with 10.2 billion United States dollars from 165 countries. We have accept the international patients. We have an aim and target to have in 2023 the anniversary of our 100 years of establishing of our Republic of Turkey, 2 million international patients and targeting of income of 20 billion US dollar and contribute to Turkish economy. Turkey experienced during COVID-19 as step one. During the first 3 months of COVID-19 quarantine period, we had of course stopped accepting international patients as all other countries to Turkish hospitals. Turkish government because converted all private and government hospitals to a pandemic hospitals to treat the pandemic diseases. Due to this reason, only for the first 3 months we stopped international patient arrivals to Turkey, but as a step 2, in June 2022, Turkish Ministry of Health declared that we can start accepting international patients in our hospitals. With a special approval, we started accepting international patients from all over the countries for all kind of treatments. In August 2020, we opened our borders to all countries for their citizens to come to benefit from Turkish technology and healthcare services and from our available capacities for all kind of treatments. As a step 3, when international patients come to Turkey, we apply to them the PCR test at hospitals where they are going to be treated, and after the negative result of their test, we start applying other procedure like doctor consultation, MRI, and etc. For their companions also, if they would like to stay with the patients and accompany their relatives in the hospitals, we apply for them as well PCR test. If the result are negative, then they can accompany their patients. As a step 4, after the COVID-19, the Turkish Ministry of Tourism has launched Safe Tourism Certification program to ensure that all hotels, restaurants, transport services, operate according to the pandemic public health rules and regulation announced by the Turkish Ministry of Health. Turkey result in the year of 2020, after the COVID-19 pandemic has started, Turkey has lost 70% international patient arrivals and revenue. In 2020, we succeed to host 498,000 patients within 1 year time, and we generate 4.5 billion US dollar turnover, and we contributed to Turkish economy. Turkey has lost also 72% in international tourist arrival, but we were lucky enough to host 12.5 million international tourists in 2020, and we still keep our ranking as a fifth to sixth preferred destination by tourist arrival from worldwide. Turkish healthcare industry has succeeded to survive during the pandemic period thanks to the governmental policy and support that we can able to receive our patient and start opening our borders. How the healthcare industry is going to be survive globally in the future. The world's countries and the global healthcare industry must be ready for new pandemics. The countries must do fast healthcare reforms, development and investment in healthcare sectors. The countries must invest also in human resources for healthcare sectors. Turkey is lucky that we have had two visionary leaders in the past 100 years of Turkish Republic's history, and we were proud of them. The first visionary leaders, the first president of Turkey, His Excellency Mustafa Kemal Atatürk. Between 1924 and 1938, he made a decision to send young Turkish doctors and physicians abroad for higher specialized education. Thanks to him that today we have many of these doctors still remain and teaching our new doctors in our universities. Also, he said, and trust me, to Turkish doctors, and he has been treated with his latest health problems by Turkish doctors. The modern visionary leader, current president of Turkey, His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Over the past 18 years, he is leading the country and governing the country, and he has done a great reform and revolution in the healthcare and education system and started building new public-private partnership city hospitals and encourage the private sector to invest in the healthcare industry. And also, thanks to Minister of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Turkey, His Excellency Mevlüt Çavuşoğlu, he have started and instructed to start again to deliver S1 healthcare visa, online visa to healthcare travelers to Turkey, thanks to his vision. We have also strong governmental support, as we have mentioned in our earlier presentation. We have strong incentives and promotion of healthcare services by Ministry of Trade, thanks to His Excellency Mehmet Muş, that he is continue supporting our activities, our promotion, our marketing policy and strategy in worldwide. The Ministry of Trade has introduced also new incentives for medical tourism, promotions and digital marketing. Stakeholders can participate in sectoral virtual exhibitions, as we are doing now, and NGOs can organize special Turkish medical tourism virtual exhibition in order to Turkish medical healthcare service supplier to participate and to meet with their partners in B2Bs, and our doctors, star doctors, can able to showcase with our webinars how we are treating most difficult problems, diseases in oncology, in cardiology, in transplantology, and all other treatment and healthcare services. Medical tourism insurance, we have just newly introduced medical tourism complication insurance for all our international medical travelers. If any complication or COVID-19 occurs after surgery or treatments in one of our accredited and certified by the Ministry of Health hospitals or clinic, then insurance will cover 100% treatment of the complication for international patient. This is just newly introduced and very successfully are operating and are running. Hospital bed capacity of Turkey today, after all investments been done, there are 2,000 private hospitals and clinics with a bed capacity of approximately 250,000. Private hospitals own 37.7% and university hospitals owned 14.2%, and state and public city hospitals owned 48.1% for this capacity. As I mentioned earlier slides, that we have built in 45 days COVID-19 pandemic hospitals in Istanbul with 2,000 bed capacity, one of them in European side, the other one in Asian side, and we built it just at the airports that we can able to receive the patient, emergency patient, by helicopters or by jet ambulances in order they can reach to the pandemic hospital without any other transfer or transportation required. Share of ICU beds capacity per 100,000 citizens in Turkey, we have 40 beds for 100,000 citizens. With this number, we are number one in the world. You can see the diagram and the numbers and figures in my slides that Turkey having 40 ICU beds for 100,000 citizens, and America has 34, Germany has 29, Italy has 12, France has 11, South Korea has 10, Spain has 9.7, Japan has 7.3. So Turkey is the most luckiest country during the pandemic time that we have 40 beds for 100,000 citizens share it. The potential of the new city hospitals and campus built on PPP model, public-private partnership models, these visions belonging to His Excellency Mr. President Erdogan, because he started with this vision, with these investments 18 years ago, saying that we need to serve our citizens with first-class quality, plus we need to help our neighbors who suffer from healthcare infrastructures. Today, Turkey are hosting from 165 countries, over 1 million patients, treating in our first class of hospitals built under private sectors and also built by private and public partnership in Turkey. This is a three-dimensional drawings which you can see before implementing this project. It was just a drawing, but you can see the next slide. Same project has been implemented and opened in Ankara, in heart of Ankara, and capital city of Turkey, and serving with 1,700 bed capacity to Turkish citizen and also serving international patient as well. Second PPP hospital, which is opened after Ankara, and the biggest one actually, Istanbul Çamsakura Hospital, PPP city hospitals with 2,700 beds capacity, with seismic construction building of 1 million square meters, which is the biggest and largest seismic building in the world with this square meters. As you can see, the global potential of healthcare travel from 8 segmentation that we have been declared by the Global Healthcare Travel Council 2019, we closed down before pandemic, 100 million travelers worldwide generated $890 billion in revenue. But in 2022, the world faced a 95% drop in medical tourism. In 2021, we estimate that the global healthcare travel sectors can reach 20% of 2019 revenue, with 20 million travelers generating $200 billion turnover globally for global healthcare travel. Current position in income ranking worldwide in healthcare travel business, in healthcare travel industry, Turkey shows today number one. The reason why: America and Germany, which was ahead of Turkey before in 2019, they were number 1 and 2, and Turkey was number 3. But due to the pandemic, they have closed down their border to international patients. And due to this reason, Turkey was open to world citizens to come and to be treated in Turkey. And Turkey become, in 2020, number 1 destination worldwide by income ranking and also by volume of number of patients. We have received close to 500,000 during pandemic period 2020. According to my personal estimations, the normalization period for after COVID-19 gonna be, as a general, worldwide and Turkey. In 2021, as I mentioned, I believe that 20% will be recovery, and 2025 gonna be the recovery of 100%. We can only able to reach 2019 figures and fact in 2025 after 5 years of period. This is my personal estimation and personal thought, actually. My last and not the least, but in my presentation, very important point I would like to share with you. Would like to invite all our doctors who join our exhibition and conference to join our networks, to be our network doctors. We invite the doctors from different countries to become a member of the HTC network on the term of mutual beneficial cooperation. A roadmap of this cooperation: contact a THTC offices in your country. If you don't have a THTC offices, you can contact directly to headquarters, and you can find all THTC network offices and our contact details in our official website, thtdc.org. You will be assigned a THTC medical director immediately after you become our network doctors, who will come back to you with an individualized treatment plan and cost offer for your patient from the most suitable Turkish hospital member of the HTC. The matching process might take from 1 to 7 days, depending on the case complexity. But usually we come back, our medical directors come back within 24 hours or 48 hours to all inquiries and requests come from our partners, offices, and network doctors. After the patients is fine with our offer, they accept to travel to Turkey, THTC offices and THTC representative helps them arrange a medical trip to Turkey and hand guides them throughout the treatment process in Turkey, with their accommodation, with their transportation, with their translation, with all their personal needs during their period of stay in Turkey and during their treatment period. When the patients are back to home, then our network doctors start again post follow-up with post-treatment recovery and rehabilitation for that patient being referred by our network doctors. So our network doctors, after he refer his patient, he will also follow up, open return the patient to home country during the post recovery and treatments, and also THTC offices and THTC headquarters will pay to our network doctors as a follow-up fee for their observe your patient during the post-treatments. So would like to invite all our participant doctors to join us in THTC networks, that we can able to build strong partnership, beneficial for mutual beneficial cooperation partnership together. So you are all welcome, and I would like to thank for your valuable time joining our conferences, joining our exhibition, and watching our webinars and doctors, which are valuable doctors going to be presenting their treatment methods, technologies, in order to show you how Turkey healthcare system advanced and have the technology of treating all kind of diseases, from simplest one and from the complex one. Thank you very much once again for joining our conference and exhibition, and I am very much delighted to be and to addressing you with my speech and with my presentation. Thank you very much, and if you have any question, further questions, please do not hesitate to contact me directly with my personal email, which is on the slide. Thank you very much, and wish you good conference and good day. Dear partners, dear colleagues, I would like to give you a short information about our roadmap of cooperation. We have 3 steps of cooperation together. The first steps, Turkish Healthcare Travel Council has their own network offices in almost all countries where they are based locally, and they are ready to collaborate with you in order to refer your patient to our hospitals and participant of our exhibitors and exhibitions, and also to our healthcare service providers. They are speaking your native language, and also they are ready to work with you closely in order to do all kind of follow-up together, and in order to refer your patient to Turkey, to our members, to our exhibitors, to be treated high level, good quality, high standards with most affordable prices. In the second position of cooperation, you have also an alternative to collaborate and to build partnership with one of our participant of travel agencies, associations members. They are an accredited healthcare tourism facilitator. You can build a cooperation, you can build a partnership, and you can as well refer your patient through those travel agents, and you can cooperate together. As a third option, you can collaborate directly with our hospitals and clinics with their international patient departments, and you can refer your patient and follow up together. So you have an alternative how you can collaborate in medical tourism in order to refer your patient to be treated in Turkey. Of course, Turkish Healthcare Travel Council, beside of the network offices, we do have our medical directors. We're working closely with our network offices, following all our patients coming to Turkey from airport to airport, all steps and services need to be delivered to your patient. To refer a patient from one of these alternative way that we propose to you, you need to share medical reports or MRI or whatever information you have for your patient that we can able to evaluate in our hospitals and related doctors who is going to treat this patient, that we can come back to you with treatment plan, with the cost calculation, with period of stays during the treatment, how many days in hospital, how many days approximately in ICU, or how many days in total stay in Turkey with full treatment and services. So after this evaluation, we will come back to you with treatment plan and the cost. You provide all this information to your client and to your patient. If the patient decided to travel to Turkey, then you can coordinate with your partner, chosen partner, from 3 alternatives that we proposed to send your patient to Turkey to be treated and to be operated. So within this cooperation, what will be your benefit of sending and referring a patient to Turkey? Depend on your agreement with your partners or with the hospitals or with Turkish Healthcare Travel Council offices. Of course, you will receive a follow-up fee when you refer your patient to Turkey through one of the proposed channel of cooperation. The cooperation going to be win-win. You will be win of follow-up fee for your work, and also the patient will be the winner of getting high quality and high standard of treatment with affordable price according to world class of treatment. Today's Turkey become leader in medical tourism and healthcare travels. Turkey become a preferred destination by world travelers. Even during the pandemic period, we do receive from more than 165 countries close to 500,000 patients. Before pandemics, we arrived over 1 million patients hosting from 165 countries, and mostly and high level of satisfaction and happiness. Most of our patients returned back happy and treated well and get the full service and treated in our hospitals under Turkish hospitality and the warm welcome by the doctors and the staffs. So we are here to collaborate with you in different level of steps, in different channels, in order to cooperate together under the win-win understanding. I would like to thank you very much taking your time and sparing your time to join our conference and our exhibition. And I would like to invite all of you to enter to our B2Bs, business-to-business meetings with our exhibitors in order to know each other and to build your partnership together with one of this channel that we proposed. So I would like to wish you and our exhibitors successful cooperation and successful meetings, and also do not forget to follow up our webinars where a lot of high-end star doctors being given and sharing their experience and know-how with updated and new technology of method of treatments. Thank you very much for your participation, and thank you very much for your time being and sharing with us. Thank you.
Well, good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. We are in our second day of our online medical tourism exhibition, third edition, Balkan region. Thanks to joining us and thanks to following our webinars. And also, one more time, would like to remind you about conducting and organizing B2B meetings between our professional visitors and buyers and partners with our exhibitors. We have more than 35 representatives from Turkey as an exhibitors, from hospitals, clinics, and travel agencies, wellness and spa centers, resorts, and thermal resorts, of course, hot spring water thermal resorts. I wish that you can able to request your B2B meetings anytime your availability and the other participant availability. And still, we have today, tomorrow, and after tomorrow, 3 more days. The B2Bs will be open to meet online and to build a partnership, win-win understanding partnership in between the parties. We are continuing our webinars with Kolan Hospital Group. Professor Dr. Ergun Demirsoy. He is going to talk about cardiovascular surgery and will share his experience in cardiovascular surgeries. The floor is yours, Professor. Go ahead, please.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ergun Demirsoy. I am Chief of Cardiovascular Surgery Department of Şişli Kolan International Hospital, Istanbul, Turkey. My topic is minimal invasive complete coronary revascularization via left thoracotomy. Over decades, median sternotomy has been a gold standard approach for treatment of isolated multivessel coronary artery disease. Everybody know that. From the 1967, almost all coronary case is performed with median sternotomy. But this traditional approach has been associated with sternal wound healing, leading to remarkable morbidity and mortality. In classical method, surgery is performed with the 20-25 centimeter incision, as you see. And since 2000, limited number of surgeons began minimal invasive techniques for cardiopulmonary bypass. But initial attempts was only for the single vessel disease, LAD bypass. But here we describe this specific technique for left anterior thoracotomy through the third or fourth intercostal space for treatment of all group of patients with multivessel coronary lesions, which we recently have been routinely applying to our patients. Here you see the left side, the traditional heart bypass incision. As you see, in this case, the sternum is cut, whole sternum is cut. But in this minimal invasive technique, as you see, the procedure is done just intercostal space without cutting any the bone. This is very important. Since May 2020, I mean the last year, we started to perform the multivessel coronary artery bypass grafting routinely through the left thoracotomy in all patients. Development of new surgical maneuvers resulted in significant simplification of the whole procedure. Currently, we use this technique routinely regardless of the number of the grafts, quality of location, coronary targets, left ventricular ejection fraction, age, gender, and body mass index. I mean that we can apply this technique all the case without any contraindication. It is, as you understand that in this technique, the preoperative evaluation is very important for this as well, the conventional cardiac surgery. But if we decide the patient apply the minimal invasive coronary bypass surgery, additionally, the computed tomography was performed routinely in all patients. And on the other hand, aorta and major branches were screened for atherosclerotic disease, and also venous vessels were screened for absence of kinking and congenital abnormalities. In this minimal invasive coronary bypass surgery, also we use some different coronary bypass grafts, like the conventional surgery, such as the mammary arteries, lima or rima, radial artery, and saphenous veins, like a conventional surgery. But in conventional radial artery and saphenous vein harvesting require actually very long incision, as you see. This long incision may result sometimes the long-standing infection and unsatisfactory cosmetics. In our also the same as you see, the radial artery, the conventional harvesting require very long incision and very bad scarring. So in our cases, we use endoscopic radial artery and venous saphenous vein harvesting. As you see, you see conventional radial harvesting, and this is the bottom one, endoscopic radial artery harvesting. Minimal invasive coronary bypass surgery can be done the two techniques. One of them on pump, the other name is called arrested heart. Also can be done off pump or beating heart. I would like to talk about the minimal invasive, the technical details of this technique. In this case, we have to use double lumen endotracheal tube. And on the other hand, also right jugular venous cannula is required. The patient position is very important. Later on, I'm going to show you the video. You will see that. Endoscopic radial artery and saphenous vein harvesting also the routine we use. Lima harvesting is performed via thoracotomy and femoral exploration for arterial and venous cannulation. And on the other hand, also aortic cross clamping with sheathwood clamp is applied via the second intercostal space. Here you see the surgical technique. As you see, the patient placed the supine spine position and with the implantable pad under the left chest. This facilitates the internal mammary artery dissection and heart exposure. And left arm was positioned along with the chest. Then left arm may be left out at 90 degree for simultaneous radial artery harvesting when necessary. And here you see the mammary artery harvesting. In that case, we use very specific the catheter for minimal invasive mammary harvesting. As you see, one of the most important part for this technique, as you see, it's very important. And here you see, I'm going to show you the short video, the whole procedure for technical details. As you see, before the surgery, we marked all the incisions. As I mentioned earlier, firstly, you see the first endoscopic radial artery harvesting. You see the radial harvesting. As I mentioned earlier, from the 1 or 2 centimeters skin incision, the whole radial artery can be harvested very easily without touching. It's very important for that case, one of the important part of our surgery. And this is not so, this really required a learning curve, not so easy to radial artery harvesting. Our team very experienced for that. As you see, the last, after finishing the harvesting, as you see. And here you see memory artery harvesting also. A special rib spreader is used for that. It is impossible to harvest lima with the conventional rib spreader. Should be the special. Yes, after harvesting, we are trying to start cardiopulmonary bypass. You see the tubing system. After initiation of cardiopulmonary bypass, using some tapes, we obtain some position of the heart. After harvesting of the heart, we start the bypass. In that case, we change, as you see, one of the, you see, this is right corner anastomosis. This is same as the conventional approach. This is another also. Using these tapes, also we can obtain some position of the heart to operate to approach target vessels. But this important one, especially the call it very important. This is another anastomosis. In this case, 4 bypass was done. This is lima related anastomosis. You are going to see that. After distal anastomosis, also proximal anastomosis is done with side bias clamp. This is applying the side bias clamp for proximal anastomosis, as you see. And after that, and yes, as you see, the proximal anastomosis, and after that, the rest of the surgery, like the conventional one, and after hemostasis, later on, we close the patients. This is the same case before the surgery, the left side, the middle you see during the surgery, and this is the after 1 week later, the incision, you see the right side. This is another case, the post-op first day after surgery. He was 135 kilograms. This is very obese case. This is the day after, just the first day of the surgery. As you see, the patient move all arms. He can do everything. Also easy for him to cough, to the moving and the walking. He can do everything very easy. This is the first day. Actually, in case of the median sternotomy, it's impossible to do that kind of movements of case. This is just before discharging another case. You're going to see that. The same days we are discharging the patient in the 4th day. Most of the case, 95% is discharged in 4th day postoperatively very easily, because As you see, the patient looks very healthy and very easy. Every movement is done possible, and he can go home using his car. What is the main advantage of minimal invasive technique over the conventional technique? In the patient use, if you use the minimal invasive technique, the patient feel the less pain. Also, patient less ICU stay because the day after 99% move to normal regular work. Also, when the operated patient, the conventional fashion, the patient stay minimum the 7 days, but in this minimal invasive case, the post-operative fourth day, most of the case, easily can be discharged. And in this case, we use less blood products used. Also, in that case, risk of infection is very low. Also, another important factor for that minimal invasive surgery is the cosmetic results. Also, no one wants to very long incision in the chest or arm or the legs. That's why it's very important for some cases, especially young patients. Also, in this case, has a very fast recovery, and they can back to very short time the work and social life. I would like to show some case after surgery. This is a very nice lady. As you see the submammary incision, and in that case, you cannot see the patient from the front line. The other case also, the post-operative, some of them just after surgery, some of them 1 month later. As you see, the cosmetically, it's a very satisfactory result, as you see. The conclusion, the minimal invasive coronary bypass is very important. In our opinion, because of it had completely eliminated sternotomy and decreased the invasiveness of coronary bypass grafting while preserving the key principles, complete revascularization and universal applicability for multivessel or diffuse coronary artery disease. In our experience, minimal invasive coronary bypass is safe and effective technique, and we routinely apply it for all patients, excluding very limited number of patients with porcelain aorta or who require isolated primary coronary bypass grafting. Okay, in case of any questions or any problem, you can easily contact us using these telephone numbers as you see here below. Also, you see my email address. Any question, any contribution, easily you can communicate with me. Also, the bottom side, you see our patient hospitals, the mail address, postal address. Also, easily you can reach us. Thank you for your attention. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are together, and thanks to Professor Dr. Ergun Demirsoy from Cologne Hospital Group has made his presentation on cardiovascular surgery. It was very informative and very interesting technique and technologies that they are using in the surgery, vascular surgery. Thanks to him and thanks to his collaboration and contribution to our webinars. And would like to now invite to the floor, to the stage, Professor Tarık Yazar from Ankara, from the capital city of Turkey. He is a specialist of endoscopic spinal stenosis surgery, a very experienced and well-known professor in this direction, and would like to leave the floor to Professor Tarık Yazar from Ankara. Professor, the floors are yours.
Good morning. This is Dr. Tarık Yazar. from Ankara. I would like to share with you an unusual UB case. UB is a new technique, unilateral biportal endoscopic surgery. It's a really new one, but it's coming up. It's a promising technique. But of course, invasive open surgery in this field, in spine surgery, of course, it's very important, very successful. But we have some facilities for the patient in this technique. That's why we are paying attention this technique, and it's day by day it's coming up and very successful. I will share you a very difficult case with you. He's a 78 years old male patient, and he has been suffering from this complaints for 7-8 years. And he's suffering low back pain, bilateral legs pain, bilateral heel of walking, difficulty in standing up, swinging in the head, coxarthrosis, Parkinson, pathologies he has. And examination findings, spastic gait, and he was walking as a heel of position bilaterally, which is very difficult for an old patient. His gait is unbalanced, very painful and difficult. Lumbar stenosis symptoms, and on the other hand, cervical stenosis. It's very severe stenosis. And L3, 4, 4, 5 segments also, he has a very difficult stenosis. And we planned UB, this technique, because the damage from the technique is very low. That's why we wanted to use UB technique, because he has so many comorbidities. Open invasive surgery was too much for him. And we planned UB for lumbar L3, 4, and 4, 5 levels with one attempt. The way he walked changed for the better. His clinical problems decreased significantly. And we can see the position of the cervical spine. You can see in the middle of the bottom line the severity of the compression. On the right side, you see the coxarthrosis, and this is the same segment, preoperative, postoperative appearance. Postoperative spinal stenosis area is larger than normal. Decompression is totally achieved with endoscope, and this is L3, 4 decompression appearance, and we see here some movies during the operation of this patient, and you see the upper movie, radiofrequency cleaning of the cranial lamina, and here we can see closer, and the radiofrequency is very good facility for this underwater surgery. Continuous irrigation we are using here. That's why it's a kind of bleeding preventing system, and it looks very clean, as you see here. And we can do whatever we want. We can do also with this technique. And here we see the contralateral foraminal position, and this is the also after osteotomy. We cut the caudal facet part, a bone spur, for decompression of the contralateral foramen. And here again we can follow the decompression. At 12 o'clock there is a lamina, and we are cleaning the inner side of the lamina. At 6 o'clock, you see the dura, and with Kerison, directly from the skin, we are taking some compressive parts, and here we see again some steps for surgery. And I would like to thank my supervisor, Doctors Hayati Aygün and Dr. Abdullah Merter. I would like to thank them. And next one, this is the result of the patient 2 years later after endoscopic surgery. He's still walking in spastic form, but without pain, without assistance. He's able to walk in a field alone. And he's doing very well. This is the result. Complaints and findings at the last examination. The severe pain in the waist and legs disappeared, and the heels also took part in walking with this endoscopic surgery with small incisions. He didn't spend any day in the emergency, in the intensive care. So it's quite nice. In this patient, in this kind of multiple comorbidities, endoscopic surgery is a big chance for the patient, for the surgeon also. But of course, we must respect to the open surgery, invasive surgery, alive and helped so many people. There is no doubt that. We mustn't say this technique is much more better and the previous one is not good. This is wrong concept. Of course, indications are important. These are complementary techniques, but in our armamentarium, these two techniques both must take place in our armamentarium. Thank you. And I would like to wait for questions. If you ask questions, I will be more than happy. As much as I can, I will try to give answers. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are together again back. And thanks to Professor Tarık Yazar sharing his experience and know-how in regard of endoscopic spinal stenosis surgery. He's very experienced and knowledgeable professor about his direction, and a lot of thousands of patients being operated till now successfully. And he's ready to receive any kind of inquiry from our networks in order to do the surgery in Ankara, capital city. So our next topic and next presenter, Mehmet Timim. Mr. Mehmet Timim is Sales and Marketing Manager of Richmond Noah Spine Resort from Sapanca, from Turkey. Sapanca region is a neighbor city to Istanbul. From Sabiha Gökçen, about 1 hour drive, and from New Airport, Istanbul Airport, about 1.5 hour drive, you arrive to Sapanca Lake, one of the beautiful region of Turkey. And Richmond Noah Spa Resort is a boutique hotel. We're serving only above 14 years age of guests coming, having well-being and spa and wellness, and some packages. I believe Mr. Mehmet, we're going to talk about it in about 41 minutes of presentation, very detailed presentation. And they are also awarded so many times as the best spa resort in Turkey and in the world. We'll leave you together with Mehmet Temim, and then after this presentation, you will have THTC promo videos for Turkish Healthcare Travel Council. Thank you, and we'll see you in 1 hour time.
Good day to all of you. Honorable President of TMT, our valuable participants, doctors, professors, industrial leaders, event organizers, a very warm welcome to you at this great and lovely event. Before I start my presentation, I want to introduce myself. My name is Mehmet, and I am working as Director of Sales and Marketing in Richmond Noa Wellness Spa. As our president mentioned about it, it's a very lovely resort, destination spa, which is near to Istanbul. I thank our superiors also for giving me this chance to meet with valuable people like you at this platform. Thank you in advance. And I want to start my presentation if everybody is ready. My presentation consists four topics: global wellness economy, global wellness economy and spa economy, the Global Wellness Day, and Richmond Noa Wellness Spa. First of all, I want to start with the global wellness economy in the world. Global wellness economy is a huge economy with 4.5 trillion market. And this total market consists wellness tourism as far as other industries. Wellness tourism is, the global wellness economy is currently valued 4.5 trillion. But beside this industry, the wellness industry also, grew by 6.4% annually from 2015 to 2017, from 3.7 trillion to 4.2 trillion market, nearly twice as fast as global economic growth, based on the IMF data actually. The wellness industry represents 5.3% of the global economic output. Among 10 wellness markets analyzed, the revenue growth leaders from 15 to 7 were spa industry, which is 9.8%. And 6.5% is the wellness tourism and wellness real estate actually. A key sector includes personal care, beauty, anti-aging, healthy eating, nutrition and weight loss, wellness tourism, fitness and mind body, preventive and personalized medicine, public health, traditional complementary medicine, wellness lifestyle, real estate. Spa economy is 18.6 of the wellness tourism actually, which is about $119 billion economy. And also there is thermal and mineral springs and workplace wellness in the key sectors. When we come to global spa economy, the spa economy is consisting nearly $119 billion in 2017 figures. These figures are from Global Wellness Institute, and the remaining the economy is, spa capital investment, spa education, spa media association and events, and spa consulting. Of course, if we want to speak about Turkey's figures, Turkey has also come to a very good place in the industry. In 2019, nearly 662,000 visitors come to Turkey for wellness industry, which is consisting also the medical side for sure. And it created about $1,065,000,000 US dollar income in total. Of course, 2020 was not a good year for us. However, it seems that it's growing very fast. And besides this, the economy is just, expecting to reach 128 billion in 2020. The 119 billion SPA economy has a growing number of facilities, revenues, employment, driven by strong economic growth and rising consumer interest in wellness. In 2017, there were only 149,000 spas, earning 93.6 billion revenues, employed 2.5 million workers. The spa sector has a growing percentage, up to 10% annually. But it is also projected to reach 120 billion, as I mentioned a few minutes ago. The top 5 markets are United States, China, Germany, Japan, and France. And also Turkey is an upcoming market. Also, I want to talk about our Global Wellness Day, which was created by Belgin Aksoy, the founder of Richmond Noa Wellness Spa, and also she is the founder of Global Wellness Day. So I want to give you information about this day, which is which became very important for us in Turkey. Globally, it started to grow, and right now it's just growing very, very fast. And I want to give you a short information about it. All of us would like to be healthier, to look better, and live well both physically and spiritually. Living well is almost the entire world's shared dream, as everything that is precious to us has been honored with a special day. And why is that we don't have a special global day dedicated to the only thing which is really valuable for us? That is living well, actually. We can now answer this question by saying now it's existing. This is a special day called Global Wellness Day, and this day is created by Belgin Aksoy. Brought her vision to the world. She lives with the motto, actually, one day can change your whole life. And Belgin Aksoy supports health foundations, leads social wellness projects, and speaks at international spa and wellness organizations. Global Wellness Day is an entirely non-profit day and a social project. The purpose of Global Wellness Day is to ask the question, even for just one day, how can I live a healthier and better life? To direct thoughts, both individuals and society, towards living well and raise awareness. With the slogan, one day can change your whole life, Global Wellness Day is celebrated on the second Saturday of June every year as an international day. The main aims of days are to recognize the value of our lives, to pause and think, even if for just one day of the year, to be free from stress every day city life and bad habits, to make peace with ourselves, to raise awareness about living well and increase motivation, and not just for today, but for the remaining 364 days of the year. It is first celebrated in 2012, and the Global Wellness Day established in Turkey as the first dedicated to living well, and has been accepted worldwide, reflecting its success in 2020. And the Global Wellness Day was created globally with 24 hours live stream, which started in New Zealand and ended in Los Angeles this year, actually. And it's been like 8 years we're celebrating it, and it grows so fast. And in 2016, Global Wellness Summit honored our founder of Global Wellness, Belgin Aksoy, with the Leading Woman in Wellness Award, which is the most prestigious award in wellness and spa industry, reaching up to an economic growth, $4.7 trillion. Belgin Aksoy has also been deemed to deserve the most influential spa leader by the American Spa in this award by the American Spa in the same year. In 2019, was also selected first non-French person to receive this Personality of the Year award by La Fédération de Professionnels du Bien-Être, and as these awards, and within this celebrations, it grows so fast. Actually, right now we are celebrating this day on the second week of every year on June. It became, celebrated like 100 countries worldwide. So, that's becoming very important day actually in the world. Right now, I want to show you some images from the celebrations worldwide, as Turkey, Cyprus, Thailand, USA. Of course, we couldn't just insert the other pictures because there are many other pictures since we have about 100 countries right now celebrating this day. But it's going very big every year. Now I want to pass to our lovely hotel, Richmond Noah Wellness and Spa. After this bad days of course, COVID, in Turkey the regulations has been changed, and most of the hotels had the Safe Tourism certification program. So we have joined this program immediately with our hygiene practices, and we got the certificate. And the program has been launched by Turkey for the first time in Europe, actually, which is prepared under the leadership of Ministry of Culture and Tourism. Due to the coronavirus outbreak, the Safe Tourism Certification Program defines a number of measures to be taken for all Turkish citizens and foreign visitors who will spend their holidays in Turkey. And it takes account transportation, accommodation, and the health, both hotel staff and guests for sure. So we decided to get this Safe Tourism certificate immediately when it's published. And right now we are every month we are just renewing our certificate, Safe Tourism certificate in our property, and also our hygiene practices are very strict. which includes legal procedures and authorities, external audits, regular tests and checks, disinfection practices, health and training of the employees during check-in and check-out. I mean, common areas and meeting rooms are controlled regularly, guest rooms controlled regularly, disinfect regularly, food and beverage services, and also spa, swimming pools, and beach areas, shop areas are auditing regularly. So first I want to start with Safe Tourism Certificate and our hygiene practices, considering these days are very important for tourism regarding to the COVID issue. Our hotel is located in the shore of Sapanca Lake, in the middle of a natural park that is covered with untouched nature. And it is only 120 kilometers away from Istanbul. It is 100 kilometers away to Sabiha Gökçen and 120 kilometers to the city center. It is like actually a back garden of Istanbul. It's a pretty short distance by car. It is taking about just 1 hour driving distance from the city Asian side of Istanbul, and 50 minutes away from the also Sabiha Gökçen airport. Most of our guests are coming to Richmond Noa Spa for sure, for different purposes. I mean, the main purpose is, of course, spa. I mean, destination spa services, slimming, also detox, and I mean, some retreats, and the other stuff. I will just give you more information on my following presentation. It is just located by the lake, just on the edge of the lake actually, and it's the ideal destination for anyone who wants to take a break on the shores of Lake Sapanca. I mean, the hotel's location is perfectly arranged, and Turkey's it is actually the Turkey's first and only destination spa. So I mean, it's a trendsetter hotel and a resort on the industry actually, which was granted the Europe's Best Luxury Destination Spa Award many times, nearly much more than 10 times actually. And these unique opportunities for physical and spiritual cleansing, where Sapanca Lakes meet an amazing forest view. So we do have outdoor spaces, and Richmond Noa features about 131 rooms, of which are 20 are suites, and a huge spa that is located on 2,700 square meter area with custom-made treatment programs. And Richmond Noa is one of the Europe's well-occupied spa centers actually. So we do have totally 131 rooms, as I told you a few minutes ago. If you want to give information about the breakdown of the rooms, I mean, 97 of the rooms are superior rooms, 14 is deluxe rooms, 8 of the rooms are corner suites, 6 junior suites, and 6 senior suites. 90% of our rooms have the view of lake actually, but the difference is our superior rooms have the view of the lake within the 45-degree angle, actually, because the rooms are located on the sides of the building, as I can show you here. These sides are, and the other sides are superior rooms. And deluxe and suite rooms are located on the front side. So they have 100% of lake view. But within these areas, of course, all the rooms have the lake view, but with the 45-degree angle. These are the superior rooms. The total inventory is 97 of these rooms, and they are just were designed with the details and have a magnificent view of natural blue and green hues, which are 26 square meters. They can be either with a double bed or 2 single beds. And deluxe rooms has direct view of lake. So also they have the same size. Also they have double or single beds. But the only difference is the view. They have better view, actually. Actually, these are the favorite rooms. Our guests generally want to stay on these rooms because they are just located on the corner side of the building, and we have 8 of them, each at each floor and on the corners. And the view is very nice, actually, in these rooms. There is an indoor jacuzzi in each room beside the bed, and also a sitting area here, like a parlor, so they can just have relaxed time here. And of course, each room has a bathroom. Junior suites are much more bigger than the corner suites, and they are located on the Q floor, on the top of the building. With their spacious interior and the balconies, view of the lake, and they are just like 35 square meters. They have a double bed, and if they want, we can just arrange one extra bed. And in these rooms, the occupancy is maximum 3. Or in the other rooms, just a few minutes ago, I just gave information, superior, deluxe, and corner, maximum 2 people can accommodate. But in junior suites, maximum 3 people can accommodate. So if we have triple request, we just generally offer this room, or senior suite, this one. On our senior suites, we have 2 types of senior suites, with jacuzzi or with fireplace. So we have these suites also on the top floor, and they also can accommodate 3 people, and they have an amazing view of the lake and the nature, as well as because they have their own balcony. And senior suites have like a bedroom, a bathroom, and also a living room. So they're actually the biggest room in our inventory. It's nearly 48 square meter up to 51. Besides these, as being a destination spa, we also offer very, very rich food and beverage service, actually. We have a special menu, which is called Beauty Food. And according to wellness, view of the states, living well-beings, having good health, and nature is not just a mirror, but the shinest of them. And this beauty food menu is prepared by Richmond Noah Spa under supervision of expert authorities, chefs, and consultants, and but it is inspired by the nature itself. What we just give here is vegetarian food, vegan, and raw food, and it is served on Aqua restaurant or Terra Noir restaurant to bring out our inner beauty. And this beauty food menu is, I mean, we are just always trying to update the menu within the seasons. We have a restaurant called Aqua Restaurant and Bar. This is actually the main restaurant of the hotel, and it is located in the atrium of the hotel, and it faces the corridors of the room entrances. So I mean, the space is very spacious, and the area is very fresh, and the doors opens to the garden from the restaurant. So also the architecture featuring flowers and waterways around the restaurant, and that also gives an effect of the healing side of the water during your stay. On the mezzanine floor here, we are serving breakfast which is called a Stone Restaurant, and we are serving our breakfast, open buffet breakfast, extensive. We do have a healthy corner on the side of the, for sure, of the buffet, and it's a very nice area for them to have their breakfast. Also, we do have another restaurant called Terra Noir, which is located on the shore of the lake, nearby the outside swimming pool. It has a magnificent view right beside the pool. It's in the middle of the garden, actually. We are serving Mediterranean cuisine here. And this restaurant is only open during summers. But the other restaurants, Stone and Aqua, is always open for sure. Now we come to the most important part of our property. I mean, this is actually our profession, actually, our hotel's profession. As I told you, I mean, we have been awarded many times by authorities from Europe and the United States, globally. We do have 2,700 square meters spa area, and among Richmond and Noir's wet areas, we have like salt jacuzzi, jet pool, herbal steam bath, laconium, Ottoman steam bath, and loft sauna. And the temperatures vary between 40 degrees up to 100 degrees, where you can indulge yourself, actually. Either the heated ceramic beds in Tepidarium, Daydream, where you can watch the dancing stars, or resting rooms with water beds for an ultimate comfort. We do have an aqua cave occupied with light and sound effects, and Ice Grotto is also this place where you can relieve your bodies, establishing the temperature with an Arctic cool after just visiting the heated areas. You need to go and calm down, actually. So we do have this place, Ice Grotto. On the entrance of the spa, we have two different jacuzzis, and the first one is with added salt mineral jacuzzi, where just you can relax first, and within the healing additives of salt, first you enter the salt jacuzzi, and then followingly you are just entering the freshwater jacuzzi, and and on the side of the spa areas here you can see we have other wet areas such as laconium, this one, and day beds like this, Ottoman style herbal bath like this, a herbal bath like this, and we do have also other wet areas up to 10. And we offer more than 100 types of massage and facial body care options in our property. You can also find all the details in my profile. I have added all the information about the massage and body care options. And we have private rooms for massage, couple rooms for treatments and massage. We do have outside cabanas nearby the lake for summertime, and we also have very nice facial treatment rooms. Besides these things, what we do is we are just offering mainly slimming programs and detox programs, and fitting and toning programs. Right now, I want to give you information about our slimming program. The first one is hypoxy. Hypoxy program offers one size slimming in 4 days, actually, and this program has been approved by Austrian University, Strasbourg University. We do have 3 different machines for this program, and the person who takes this program uses these machines 3 times a day in a row, and after 4 days we are just targeting to lose 1 size. Sometimes if the person is doing this program intensely, sometimes even it can be 2 sizes actually, but generally once after completing the program, our client loses 1 size. Of course, within these programs, before starting these programs, what we do is we are getting all the information of our client by sending a questionnaire to our guest. We are sending a questionnaire within the dietitian and fitness trainers informations, and they are just getting all informations from our guest, such as their allergies, their eating habits, their height, their weight, their targets, if they have any chronic illnesses, if they have any muscle problems, if they have any joint problems, any systemic disease or skeletal problems. We are just asking many questions on this questionnaire, And after completing this questionnaire, our dietitian and fitness trainer is preparing a special program, custom-made program for each guest on these all programs actually. So Hypoxia is using these machines and offering one size after completing the program. The other program, Noa Slim and Noa Fit, you can eliminate negative external factors in your life, but also lose weight and get in shape in a healthy way. And this is the slogan actually. In the Noa Slim and Noa Fit, we offer to reach your ideal shape in 7 days, but you can also prolong the program within your needs and within your targets actually. On this program, also we are just getting this questionnaire, but we are in this program we are just customizing the guest need. We are supporting them either with fitness or with walking, hiking, and sometimes with other fitness programs. We are supporting our clients with some other fitness activities in Noa Slim and Noa Fit. We have another program which is called Noa Detox, which is also very important for people who want to have a detox in their life. This detox program offers either liquid detox or raw detox. And on the detox programs, of course...
Toparlayabilirsek zamanı.
Everyone knows that Turkey is a great destination for holidays, but it's also a rising star of healthcare services for international medical travelers. Over 1 million patients from all over the world choose Turkey for treatment and diagnostics every year. Turkey offers world-class medical services in state-of-the-art private hospitals and brand-new PPP city hospitals. Turkey, the rising star destination for international healthcare travelers. Thanks to investments in the latest technology, talent and infrastructure, Turkey today offers high-quality medical services to patients from all over the world. Orthopedic patients come to Turkey for a wide range of technologically advanced procedures, successfully performed by highly qualified Turkish doctors at a time to suit you. Turkey, the rising star destination for international healthcare travelers.
The art of medicine is the heritage of Anatolia. You are in Turkey, the place where the first hospital of the world was founded and Hippocrates was born and grew up. In these lands, we treated the diseases with water, precious plants, and music. Our thousands of years of medical tradition reached a new level today with the advanced technology. But hospitality of Turkey and its air, useful for both soul and body, is still the same. Turkey attracts everybody by its nature, history, dynamic social life, as well as the best and most effective treatment possibilities since long time. With its high-standard hospitals and doctors known around the world, Turkey maintains its specialty of being the center of health of the region since long time. because Turkey is at the intersection points of its continents. It is located at the center of Europe, Balkans, Russian, Middle East, and North Africa. Approximately 1 billion people can arrive at Turkey only with a few hours' flight. Turkish Airlines carries millions of people from 120 countries and 290 cities to Turkey by direct flights. There is a reason why so many people prefer Turkey, because Turkey offers the newest technology treatment systems at the same time with the world. With its competitive price policy, it is among first choices of those who are looking for the top quality service with optimum prices. Turkey provides comfort with its high-standard hospitals during healing process, with its hospitals having Center of Excellence Awards and Joint Commission accreditation certificates. It maintains its privileged place in the region. An experienced team with 724 specialist services and air ambulances works for satisfaction of the guests. Experienced Turkish doctors who break grounds all around the world continues to control their patients after treatment. Thus, Turkey takes place on the top 3 in the world health tourism destinations. Turkey accommodates patients from 144 countries every year in the risky treatments and operations required high technology. It uses robotic surgery. Marrow, organ, and stem cell transplantations are performed by awarded doctors through the latest technology. With innovative treatment systems such as inorganic organ production and transplantation, life-saving results are achieved. There is a progressive vision behind this success. Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, the founder of modern Republic of Turkey, started this vision by saying, "Entrust me to Turkish doctors." Today, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic, is still treated by Turkish doctors. Since the early years of the Republic, young doctors have completed their postgraduate education abroad. Turkish health sector has made a big progress with an investment of $30 billion in 15 promising successes in the treatment of common cancer and cardiovascular diseases. A complete healing is achieved in a short time by non-surgical treatments of the brain tumors. Children needing treatment in different branches such as blood diseases, marrow transplantation, heart surgery, brain tumors, etc. are also achieving health again in Turkey, because the best treatment methods are applied with a smiling and kindly approach. Services allowing the children to have a pleasant time facilitate treatment processes. Children, our most precious existences, are deserving of this special attention. Also, there are many treatment alternatives for those who want to have children in Turkey. Couples are enjoying having children and growing their family with infertility treatment, advanced genetics applications, and in vitro fertilization methods. Turkey is where the civilizations was born and continue. With its active city life, untouched nature, and majestic history, Turkey transforms your treatment process into a comfortable and pleasant holiday. 375 member organizations, which adopted ethical principles of Turkish Healthcare and Travel Council, work for happiness of the guests. We are at the intersection point of hearts and continents. Hope to see you soon. Right choice for your life. Turkey. Healing generations for centuries.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to the stage again, and thank you for being with us and watching and following our webinars and professors and doctors presentation, and also our Spa and Wellness Resort presentation, which done by Mehmet Temim from Richmond, NOAA. Thanks to his informative presentation about spa and wellness tourism and spa and wellness treatments in their Richmond NOAA resort. As I mentioned in my previous talk, that they are 1 hour away from Istanbul and very special resort on the spa and wellness treatments. Now we are going back to our webinars and presentations. We have Lokman Hekim group of hospitals based in Ankara. They are affiliated with Lokman Hekim University as well. And Professor Dr. Alper Murat Ulaşlı, the physician medicine and rehabilitation specialist, we're going to talk about regenerative treatments in muscular diseases. The floors are yours, Professor Alper. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Alper Murat Ulaşlı. I'm a physical medicine rehabilitation specialist working for Lokman Hekim University in Ankara, Turkey. Today, I would like to talk about regenerative treatment modalities for musculoskeletal diseases, which is nowadays a hot topic. Starting with PRP in the late 80s, there has been a paramount growing in the regenerative medicine field. Currently, the researchers are actively exploring the use of growth factors, genes, stem cells, exosomes, microRNAs, and biomaterials alone or in combination in order to enhance healing. The field of regenerative medicine is relatively new, but it's expanding rapidly. Also, the published papers in this field has an increase, a rapid increase, as you see here. Me and my colleagues also have some papers about this field in regenerative medicine. So the question is, why should we use, or do we need to use regenerative treatment modalities in our daily lives, in our daily practice? At the beginning, the regenerative treatment modalities started as an alternative or supportive treatment method for conventional treatments. But now, as we use injectable biologics in a wide spectrum of diseases, we are discussing the evidence to use or not, or in which stage of the disease we should use. Everybody experienced in orthopedics or physical medicine know that conventionally we use steroids and local anesthetics for treatment of joint and disease or tendon problems in the past. But the research showed us that although the steroids have strong anti-inflammatory effects, they are also harmful for living cells, I mean tendon cells, cartilage cells. The PDGF, which is platelet-derived growth factor, is shown here in this study to reverse, at least partially, this harmful effect. And what about we use the local anesthetics and steroids together? It's worse. They synergistically have deleterious effect here on tenocyte culture cells. So, are we in a dead end? No. Nowadays, we have numerous studies, and ongoing ones, in regards to the effect of the platelet-rich plasma and bone marrow aspirate concentrate and adipose tissue-derived products in a wide spectrum of diseases, including lateral epicondylitis, rotator cuff tendinopathy, plantar fasciitis, Achilles tendinopathy, facet joint arthropathy, non-unions or fractures, osteochondral lesions, and osteoarthritis. But the indications are not limited with these problems. Here you can see the use of adipose tissue biological products, I mean microfragmented fat, nanofat, and stromal vascular fraction in a wide spectrum of diseases. In almost all studies, the pain of the patients is reduced and the function is improved. So we have many reasons to use biocellular therapy. There are various kinds of biocellular therapy in daily routine we use, starting with whole blood therapy, autologous conditions plasma, platelet-rich plasma, platelet-rich fibrin, and rich in growth factors, concentrated growth factors, bone marrow aspirate concentrate, adipose tissue autograft, including nanofat, microfat, and stromal vascular fraction, amniotic cell concentrate, umbilical cord derived stem cells, mesenchymal stem cells, exosomes, and nowadays human very small embryonic-like stem cells. The ones on this side are easily obtained without any further manipulation. We can obtain these biocellular products with minimal manipulation to complete regulatory issues. But on this side, again, nanofat and microfragmented fat can be obtained in completely interfering with regulations. But if you use enzyme to obtain stromal vascular fraction, you must obtain a permission from regulatory institutions. So in our daily routine, because they are cheap and they are easily obtained and prepared rapidly, we prefer to use the ones in the left column, stromal vascular fraction, which is mechanically prepared, and nanofat. The focus of regenerative medicine is human stem cells. There are various kinds of stem cells, adult stem cells, embryonic stem cells, and induced pluripotent stem cells, which won the Nobel Prize in 2012. The embryonic stem cells, the use of these cells are not allowed in most of countries. So the bone marrow-derived mesenchymal stem cells and adipose-derived mesenchymal stem cell are two sources we use mostly. Stem cells are classified into different cell types, starting with totipotent stem cells and going with pluripotent embryonic stem cells. These two are not allowed to use in clinical routine. But we can use multipotent stem cells, including mesenchymal stem cells, neural stem cells, and hematopoietic stem cells. This picture is from one of our ongoing studies. Mesenchymal stem cells are also called mesenchymal stromal cells, medicinal synaptic cells. They have fibroblastic-like morphology. They have low immunogenicity. They have anti-inflammatory, anti-apoptotic, antibiotic, and immunomodulatory effects. These cells are multipotent, which means they can self-replicate, proliferate, but also have potential to differentiate into different cell types, including osteocytes, chondrocytes, smooth muscles, and skeletal muscles, and tenocytes, and also adipocytes. But if you provide certain conditions for these cells, besides they differentiate to mesodermal lineage, including adipocytes, chondrocytes, and osteoblasts, they can also differentiate to hepatocyte, liver cells, pancreas cells, neurons, and skin cells too. So what happens if we inject mesenchymal stem cells into a joint? They secrete various kinds of exosomes, and they regulate cell differentiation, they release cytokines, they induce cartilage regeneration and suppress cartilage degeneration. They act like a drugstore and support the natural healing process of the home tissue. They have anabolic effects and anti-catabolic effects and immune modulation effects. And what's the optimal source of these cells? It must be easy to get. It must reveal high quantity of cells with minimum morbidity. These cells should be multipotent and should proliferate to different cell groups, and it must be safe after implantation. So, bone marrow and adipose tissue are two common sources we use in daily routine. Starting with bone marrow derived biocellular products. Bone marrow includes mesenchymal stem cells, hematopoietic stem cells, but besides, the bone marrow includes very important cells too, like Muse cells, which act like embryonic stem cells in the organism. The pericytes, the other important cell, they can act like mesenchymal stem cells, and endothelial pregnancy cells work in vasculogenesis of the tissue. The stem cells are resided in subchondral bone and perisinusoidal regions of the bone. If the patient is awake in my clinical routine, I usually perform my bone marrow aspiration using ultrasound guidance here. But also during a surgery, if the patient is under general anesthesia, you might not need a guidance. You can palpate or make a small cut and can see the bone you target. After filtration and activation, we can obtain two major kinds of bone marrow aspirate products. The one is bone marrow aspirate concentrate here. The other is bone marrow matrix, which has a 3D shape and can be used for special purposes. And we continue with adipose tissue derived biocellular products. The adipose tissue is an abundant source of mesenchymal stem cells, but not only mesenchymal stem cells. Besides mesenchymal stem cells, they include pericytes and endothelial progenitor cells, hematopoietic stem cells, and the others. These two cell lines are very important for tissue healing. For harvesting adipose tissue, mesenchymal stem cells from adipose tissue, we use local anesthetics. And in case we need ultrasound guidance, we check the thickness of the fat tissue, we target to aspirate. The adipose tissue may be processed to produce small portions for the purposes for performing a fat graft or lipotransfer. Here you can see stromal vascular fraction, including only cell lines. This is nanofat. It has a size less than 1 millimeter, and these stromal cell aggregates have a size over 1 millimeter. The SVF contains adipose stromal cells, endothelial cells, pericytes, fibroblasts, monocytes, and adipose-derived mesenchymal stem cells. It's a heterogeneous cell population. After lipoaspiration and centrifugation, we obtain this 3-layer biocellular product. And we use special blades to microfragment the adipose tissue. And at the end of these processing, we can obtain two kinds of final product. The one is nanofat, the other is stromal vascular fraction. Both of them can be used for regenerative purposes. We use ultrasound guidance for most of the joints for regenerative injections, and also one can inject biocellular material blindly, for example, for knee joints. In summary, the use of biologics in musculoskeletal conditions can be summarized, but not limited to, joint and cartilage damage, osteochondral lesions and osteoarthritis, non-union fractures, avascular necrosis of the bone during surgery, shoulder osteoarthritis and rotator cuff tears, tendinopathies, viscogenic back pain, knee problems, meniscus tears, and hip problems. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience and being with us all day and watching and following our webinars from presentations from our Turkish doctors and professor in different direction of new and updated technology treatments in different diseases and for different problems, health problems, which humanity are facing in the new era and the new technology today. So thanks to Professor Alper from Lokman Eğitim Group that he have made informative presentation and shared with us the regenerative treatments in muscular diseases. So today we continue with Medicana Health Group, Associated Professor Dr. Özkan Sayan, hematology professors. He's going to present and share with us his experience, things to know about lipoma. Professor Özkan, the floors are yours.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Özcan Sayan. I work in hematology in the Medicana Clinic. I want to overview the topic about lymph nodes and leukemia. Leukemia, as is known, forms in the bone marrow of the human body and spreads from there. That is where it originates. Lymphoma is a disease that forms on the lymph nodes, and they are generally felt to the touch. Also, I want to take your attention to the fact that leukemia can be a chronic disease. Those sick with leukemia usually come to us with the chronic type. After our examination, we can track blood clots, electrocytes, platelets. Generally speaking, they create congestion, and platelets form in the human body in the vessels. In simple terms, a lung infection will manifest. Because of the decreased amount of electrocytes in the blood, the sick come to us quite weak, like the anemia condition. The sick will show an enlargement of the spleen and liver, as well as bleeding nose and gums. A sick person will feel lost, tired, and aloof. Bone ache, joint ache, loss of weight, temperature jumps, nocturnal sweating. What causes leukemia? I want to tell you about it now. It manifests due to high emission. therefore radiation. For example, the time when bombs were dropped in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, many people were observed to have this disease because of the radiation. Other reasons that cause this disease are virus groups and chemical substances that cause radiation which people use in their daily life. Risk groups include people who have gone through chemotherapy and take medication as part of their chemotherapeutic treatment, and many other factors that cause leukemia. I want to shortly explain what might provoke it and how it begins. So, in the way that you can understand, many hematological diseases could cause leukemia. The leukemia disease is divided into two types. I want to give you a short description of them both. There is a leukemia that develops very quickly, rapidly, through a very short span of time. The other leukemia subtype that takes months or years to develop. Chronic leukemia, as a rule, lasts years. In order to recognize what type of leukemia we face, we count the number of electrocytes and platelets. We go through biopsy of bone marrow. We perform a cytogenetic test and so on. Many tests are carried out, including investigating a person's age and condition. After a cytogenetic analysis, we understand what type of leukemia we're dealing with. We predict the severity of a contagion of an infection, whether it has been there a while or started recently in the patient, whether it is vanishing or advancing, or whether all signs are part of one infection that matured over time. We check the state of the bone marrow, and only after this step, we prepare the patient for the procedures. All of this is done so we know whether it is recessionary, repeated, or chronic. That is why it is important to know all these factors. This gives us insight how we need to treat the patient. In the recent years, like in the rest of the world, all of us use immunotherapy. What must the patient know after a leukemic treatment? So, after the treatment, we have a conversation with the patient or their family, discussing the medication to be taken after therapy and what side effects might come up due to the medication. In the 3 or 4 years after treatment, the patient must be observed by us. We must control the state of their health. Now we turn to the subject of lymphoma. This disease also has two types. Every type includes within itself several subtypes. For example, in this disease, there is a feeling of bumps underneath the skin fabric. They can be on the neck, in the armpit, and so on. There may be a rise in temperature and weight loss. For example, in 6 months, the person may lose 10 to 15% of their weight. The ill have constant tiredness, weakness, itchiness, loss of appetite, very frequent cough, difficulty breathing. But on its own, it passes painlessly. Usually it can be noticed in finding bumps under the armpits, on the neck, and in other parts of the body. Lymphoma has several subspecies. To go through all of them would take a long time. I will demonstrate some examples about some of the subspecies, so you can understand what it is that we are talking about. For example, the frequently found follicular lymphoma, a subspecies of lymphoma, and Moncelli lymphoma, and others. There are many subspecies of lymphoma. We mention some of them. There are the type of cases that sick patients come to us with. Symptoms of the illness are an enlarged spleen. I will repeat myself: enlarged liver, stomachache, a high body temperature, enlarged lymph nodes on the neck. Lymphoma and leukemia share a lot of similarities with each other. Just like the latter, it can be provoked by a virus. The illness can lead to a chronic infection. Lymph nodes can be singular or multiple. Just as it would be in leukemia, this may lead to platelets in bone marrow. I will repeat again. Radiation is a common factor. A person who has gone through chemotherapy is more likely to get sick with it. Smoking cigarettes too can lead to lymphoma. I will also tell you how it may be recognized. Bumps appear in different parts of the body. They do not hurt when touched. Neither as a singular or a cluster does not matter. There is no pain felt from them. To understand what is going on, we run a biopsy of the fabric. We go through with an immunohistochemistry, and only after running all the procedures, we find out what kind of lymphoma it is, or what subspecies it is categorized under. Using a tomography, we investigate and find how fast it is developing in the person. Only after this step, we give the patient the approved treatment and go through with our chemotherapy. Using anticorrosives, we treat the ill. We run not only chemotherapy, but actively engaged immunotherapy. I will repeat myself again. After treatment, in a period of 3 to 5 years, we keep track of the patient. We take the necessary actions so to avoid a recession and a repetition. I am grateful to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back again to the stage, and we thanks to Professor Özkan Sayan from Medicana Health Group for his informative presentation regarding things to know about lipoma. Now we are going to listen to a professor, Associated Professor Pelin Basim from Medipol Mega University Hospital, which is one of the largest group of university hospitals in Turkey. They have hospitals in Ankara and Istanbul as well. And Professor Pelin, we're going to talk about the new approaches in breast cancer surgery, the new technique that they are applying for breast cancer surgeries. I'm leaving the floor to Associated Professor Pelin Basim from Medipol Mega University Hospital. Floors are yours, Professor.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear audience, my name is Dr. Pelin Basim from Istanbul Medipol University, General Surgery Department, Breast Cancer Surgery Section. Today, my subject is new approaches in breast cancer surgery. First of all cancer are a dreadful diseases. So, especially the breast cancer is the most common type of malignant diseases in human gender. And malignancy means that the cell grows uncontrollably and harmfully for the patient. Breast cancers constitute approximately 1/3 of all female cancers and 1/5 of cancers that in female gender also. It's also seen in 1% of male gender, and the survival is approximately 2 to 3 years without treatment. A breast tumor needs approximately 5 years to become 1 centimeter, or it has 30 times of doubling time. We have some dilemmas in the treatment of breast cancer. New dilemmas in the treatment of breast surgery stems from anatomical concept of cancer spread to biological concept of cancer spread, and from aggressive surgery, chemotherapy, radiotherapy to targeted and conservative treatments, especially patient-tailored treatment models. What are our main treatment options? We can classify them as surgical treatment. It may be a curative intent or palliative intent. Chemotherapy, we can use it as adjuvant therapy or neoadjuvant therapy. Radiotherapy models, hormonal therapies, immunotherapies, and palliative care for metastatic patients. We have also many different types of surgical options. Mastectomy means removal of all the breast tissues with skin and nipple also, so the patient remains with one breast. So it's the most dreadful conditions of this surgical treatment. The breast conserving surgery means that excision of the diseased part of the breast. It may be a lumpectomy or quadrantectomy where the tumor is located. So it's a more acceptable type of surgical treatment, especially for the patient cosmetic results. And we have a new technique for the last decades, subcutaneous mastectomy technique. It may be skin sparing or nipple areola sparing, which means that we are filling out the mastectomy area with some oncoplastic techniques, so the patient has a new breast after the operation. We have some relative indications for mastectomy procedures. I should say that inability of the patient to obtain a radiation therapy, multicentricity or multifocality of the tumor, which means that there are many tumors in many different sites of the breast tissue, large operable breast cancers unfit for radiotherapy after the surgery, BRCA positivity, which means the genetic susceptibility for breast and ovarian cancers, and skin involvement, especially white skin involvement that we cannot treat with breast conserving surgery. Are these absolute contraindications or can we do something else for these patients? We have a clear demonstration here that you can see very easily. We know that obtaining clear margin while doing the surgery is very important because more than 40% of the patients have clear margin positivity after the operation in the final pathologic specimen. So we should clear the breast tissue at least with 2 centimeter margin during the surgery, and it's very acceptable for the patient's recovery. We have some traditional paradigm in the treatment of breast surgery, especially multicentric or multiple focal breast cancers were used to be considered a relative contraindications for breast conserving therapy in the past. The reasoning is that perceived high risk for in breast recurrence, since it's assumed that in multifocal or multicentric breast cancers, the risk of more invasive foci in the breast is greater and the radiotherapy is less effective for these kinds of patients. Another reason is the bad cosmetic results that we attend, because we need wider excisions in these patients, and these wider excisions may cause a bad cosmetic result that aggravates the patient's outcome, and we need larger boost volumes that ends up with more fibrosis in the breast tissue, again with bad cosmetic results. So to decide the individualized treatment plan, we have a tumor council meeting every week with newly diagnosed breast cancer patients, a thorough evaluation of the existing patients in every week, complication management of these patients, and counseling mechanisms. For example, patients coming from all over the world and counsel us about their current presentations. So we have a multidisciplinary team approach in this area. We are coordinatively working with some branches, mainly radiology, pathology, radiation oncology, and medical oncology. So what are we doing now here in our hospital? We are using high-resolution imaging modalities with expert radiologists to obtain the best surgical outcome. We have a good and attentive perioperative pathologic examination of the specimen by expert pathologists. And for an acceptable cosmetic result with oncoplastic surgical methods or real-time cosmetic operation with an experienced plastic surgery team to obtain the best result for the patient and patient satisfaction. We are working with expert radiologists to guide the tumor, usually especially unpalpable ones. So we are using every techniques that can be used during the breast examination. We are using high-resolution mammography. We are using also a high-resolution ultrasound imaging to detect the tumors. But the use of MRI is associated with increased subcutaneous mastectomy rates because we find more simultaneous breast tumors within the same breast. So it increased the simultaneous breast reconstruction techniques by various patient-tailored methods. We are trying to make an analysis of recurrence according to the patient by various analytic sites. For example, tumor size, histopathology of the tumor, grading of the tumor, intrinsic subtype, age of the patient, and the surgical technique that could be preferred. So we are using these all the parameters to make a recurrence risk assessment to define the patient's best surgical option. And also, we are trying to analyze the aesthetic result and patient satisfaction according to tumor location, surgical technique itself that we are using during the operation, resection volume, which means how much breast tissue will be removed out during the operation. Also, the age of the patient is important because, especially in younger ages, we are giving more importance to the aesthetic results. And body mass index of the patient is also important because with higher body mass indexes, we have less comfortable aesthetic results. We have some oncoplastic techniques. We are performing oncoplastic breast surgery in patients having breast conserving surgery in our clinic. So this enables the best cosmetic results for the patients. Oncoplastic surgery, combining with lumpectomy, quadrantectomy, with local or regional tissue rearrangements so that the breast should be conserved and reshaped to avoid significant deformity after the operation. We have 5 major principles for oncoplastic techniques. We are using mostly, the glandular rotation technique during the operation. We have dermoglandular rotation, which involves also the skin portion. We have tumor-adapted reduction mammoplasty for big breasts. We have thoracoepigastric flap, and we have advancement flaps in some selected patients. But we are most commonly using glandular rotation, especially in selected patients. You can see here that approximately 64% of the patients in our clinic are undergoing glandular rotation mammoplasty, which is a very satisfiable technique for patient cosmetic results, and the surgical outcome is approximately 80%, more than 80% satisfactory. What is a breast reconstruction? Actually, the breast reconstruction is regarded as an integral part of modern-day breast cancer management in these days. We have various techniques available, including silicone implants, latissimus dorsi myocutaneous flaps, transverse rectus abdominis myocutaneous flaps, and gluteal pre-flaps. Most commonly, we are using the first two ones, silicone implants and latissimus dorsi myocutaneous flaps, which are more easier than the others and which gives less deformity in the breast, and we have the best cosmetic results with these techniques if the patient is suitable for these techniques. You can see here that approximately 90% of our patients were satisfied with the surgical outcome. We have another important technique for the evaluation of the axillary region with sentinel lymph node biopsy, especially in early breast cancer, in unproven lymph node metastasis. You can see here that in early carcinoma of the breast, generally, histopathological positivity of axilla on axillary lymph node dissection is approximately 30 to 40%, which means that when we remove all the axillary lymph nodes during the operation, only 1/3 of the patients have positivity. So this means that 2/3 of the patients, 60 to 70% of the patients with early primary breast cancer patients are undergoing unnecessary axillary lymph node dissection, unnecessary removal of the lymph nodes. So especially axillary lymph node dissection is associated with very high morbidity. So we are trying to enable the patients to avoid this type of operation. We have some do's and don'ts because we have some adjuvant radiotherapy choices after the operation. So we are trying to eliminate the patients to do the lymph node dissection. Axillary dissection is not something innocent, is not an operation innocent for patients because it's associated with postoperative impairments. It may cause an incisional pain, lymphedema due to removal of all axillary lymph nodes, which disrupts the normal circulation of lymphatic drainage, weakness of horizontal adductors of the shoulder, serratus anterior. It may cause difficulties in range of motion of the patients, especially in the shoulder mobility. It may cause also postural asymmetry and dysfunction of the patient, so it's not an innocent technique. You can see here that sentinel lymph node is the one which is primarily targeted by the tumor. So the primary aim during the surgery is to find this first lymph node to be infiltrated by the tumor. We have some technical issues in sentinel lymph node detection and imaging. We have some dyes and radioactive materials which we use with probe to detect the sentinel lymph nodes. We have some options to use. We are deciding, first of all, what tracer will be used during the operation, what injection site will be used during the operation, or will we inject large or small volume of dye or radioactive material. Patient-tailored injection is the first aim. All the treatment models are patient-tailored, is decided according to the patient's situation. You should find the tumor ultrasonographically needed, especially for unpalpable tumors of the breast, and it probably needs a radiology expertise. So we are working with very expert breast radiologists in our clinic to find and both the tumors and if there are satellite lesions. You can see here how we are doing the sentinel lymph node biopsy. This is a radioactive colloid material injecting during the operation to the breast tissue. Here you can see that we are injecting the material around the tumor. We can give it subcutaneously around the areola or nipple complex, but we are generally preferring the technique of injection inside the tumor or periphery of the tumor. So, and thereafter we are opening the area and we are using the probe, and the probe is finding the tumoral area by a loud noise, and it gives a loud noise, and we are finding the tumor by this way, sentinel lymph nodes. So we are putting the probe inside the operation site, and we are trying to be sure that all the lymph nodes targeted by the tumor cells, infiltrated by tumor cells, are found during the operation. So we are taking out the lymph nodes thereafter, and we are sending them to the pathology department, perioperative frozen section, perioperative evaluation of infiltration of tumor. This is another option. We are using now here blue dye. We call it isosulfane blue mostly. We are calling it namely blue dye. We are giving it peripheral to the tumor or subareolar region, from the subareolar region. So we are checking the bluish discolored lymphatic channels here, and we are finding the lymph nodes, targeted lymph nodes, and dyed with this bluish color. You can see more clearly that there are here 1, here 2, here 3 bluishly discolored lymph nodes. These are the sentinel lymph nodes, I mean the first lymph nodes affected by the tumor in the axillary region. So we are removing these lymph nodes and we are sending to the pathology department. You can see here the bluish discoloration of the lymph nodes. We are sending to the pathology department, and by experienced pathologists, these are examined during the operation, and they are giving the results if there is any tumor cells inside these lymph nodes, or if not. If there's nothing in these sentinel nodes, this means that there will be nothing in the left of the axilla, in the residual axilla. So we are closing the axillary operation site. If there are metastatic lesions in this lymph node, we are performing the axillary lymph node dissection. So which mode of detection is preferable for us? We can use probe detection and imaging. We are mostly using this type, the first image that I showed you. We can use only the probe detection, or we can combine these methods, blue dye alone or in combination with probe detection. The most commonly used technique in our hospital is the combination of blue dye with probe detection, which gives us the best results. You can see in the next slide. Here you can see that imaging positive means that 84% of positivity in the final pathology report. With probe, we are approximately 97% of positive results, and with blue dye, 91%. So when we are using both probe and blue dye, the histopathologic assessment is giving us a 99% of accuracy. So the best technique is using blue dye and the probe concordantly. In case of radiotherapy, here we are trying to make less radiation, because the future is going to that way. The future is less radiation, sometimes better. We are using some techniques, whole breast versus partial breast radiation, which is called brachytherapy. We have a shorter course of hypofractionated radiotherapy for especially elderly people over 60 years of age, which means that it takes 15 days approximately. And we have 3D conformational radiation planning for these patients. But we have a newest technique, intraoperative radiotherapy, that we can use it during the operation, and the patient doesn't need any other radiotherapy after the surgery. You can see here the device. This is a radiotherapy device. There are some equipment over this portion you cannot see here, I know, but because it's placed within the cavity that we are removing the tumoral tissue, we are placing the head of the radiotherapy device in the cavity. So we are waiting for 30 to 45 minutes for radiotherapy until it's given for age and body mass index to the patients. So we are waiting for 45 minutes approximately, and the radiotherapy is finished during the operation. So this patient will not need any other radiotherapy method after the operation. So we give the chance of reduce the treatment plan for a patient. So you should take home from here that optimal imaging is very important in terms of both diagnosis and treatment planning of the patient. And we should consider neoadjuvant chemotherapy, especially to shrinken the tumors and to give a patient with especially axillary lymph node positivity a chance to kill the axillary lymph node metastasis. And we can use intraoperative radiotherapy in appropriate cases. And we can use complete excision techniques combined with oncoplastic methods to achieve the best cosmetic outcomes. Surgery only is one sub-step of the multiple steps in breast cancer treatment. Thus, both a diagnostic and oncological expertise are indispensable and a definite requirement for the patient-tailored treatment. Thank you for listening. Thank you for joining us. Here in Medipol University, we are waiting for your questions or consultations. We are here to help you. If you need help or if you have questions about these, you can ask us whenever you want. We are willing to help anybody who needs help about breast cancer surgery.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to everybody, and thanks for your patience being and staying with us and following our webinars presenting by our professors and doctors. I would like to thanks to Associated Professor Pelin Basim from Medipol Mega University Hospitals about new approaches in breast cancer surgery, which was very informative, and thanks to her contribution and participation to our webinars from Medipol Mega University Hospitals. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the capital city of Ankara, and we are going to listen about Dr. Yalçın Genç, the CEO of Dental and Dentapol clinics, which is going to talk about dental treatment latest technologies. Dr. Yalçın, the floors are yours.
Yeah. Okay.
You can go ahead.
Sorry for this technical problem. There was two similar pages, so it was because of that. First of all, I want to tell everybody that I want to have a very interactive presentation. I don't want to be talking from a PowerPoint slide and be talking myself. You can cut my presentation whenever you want. You can ask whichever questions you like, whenever, at which point of the presentation you want. I will not be disturbed about this. Personally, I'm a dentist, as dear President introduced. I am a dentist since 22 years. I'm still working with my patients, and while I'm making this presentation to you, my few patients are in the waiting room, and it's very good for me because I'm still in the field and in the stage as a dentist. But such kind of knowledge and such kind of dental environment to explain in such a short time is maybe not so possible. But the name of my presentation is Dental Treatments, as you see, because I will try to explain all kinds of treatments in dental area to everybody today. But as I told you, it's not so possible. But I will do my best to introduce the most common treatments that we use in Turkey, because my country, I'm proud of this, is very good on dental treatments, really. And we are really one step ahead of many, many countries, and really from the side of hygiene, from the side of aesthetic, really, we are really good as a country, we are really good on dentistry. Let's start. The first step of dental treatment is anesthesia. And anesthesia is really very, very important. And to make the patient comfortable, you have to apply a very successful anesthesia. We are using very, very good techniques and technologies to make this anesthesia. In this video, you'll be seeing how it works. This is a video presentation. You see the gum tissues, and on the gum tissues, there are nerves. If there's a pain or some problem in front of your teeth, you see it gives alert to your brain and it says, I have a problem. And to be able to work on that area, you have to apply a good anesthesia. And after this good anesthesia, you'll be able to making the patient's treatment with no pain. And you know, everybody is afraid of dentists, but there is no need to be afraid of us, because if we apply a good anesthesia, the patient will feel nothing. And because of the techniques that we use during making the anesthesia, the anesthesia itself is also not something like painful. It gives very, very small pain, like an insect touch to your body. So after making the anesthesia, we'll start the treatments of the patients. And the treatments of the patients is very important, but sometimes some patients comes to us with not as a problem, with not as a patient. They are coming to us only for aesthetic reasons. They normally have no problems, they have no pain, they have nothing to suffer, but they only need more aesthetic teeth and more whiter teeth. So during this procedure, first of all, we always advise the patient start with teeth cleaning and teeth whitening. Today, I will not show you teeth cleaning because everybody knows what teeth cleaning is, but I'll be talking about teeth whitening. And there is something else which everybody says and talks about. Is teeth whitening harmful, or can teeth whitening give harm to my teeth? Is it something giving some bad results after whitening, or there will be any problems? People say many, many wrong things, and the truth is that if you are using a good whitening system and if you are making this treatment in a good clinic with a good dentist, you will not have any problem, because you'll see now this is the color of the teeth. First of all, we start the patient's treatment with protecting the gum tissues, because our procedure is teeth whitening, not gum whitening. Because if the solution that we use to whiten your teeth touches your really, really unbelievable, because it works really good. And at the end of the session, after maybe 1 hour, a short session, which is 1 hour, these patients are really very satisfied after the procedure. And it is not harmful, it's not painful, I swear. We also make some fillings. You see on this teeth, there's a filling, but you don't see any difference between the other teeth. The caries starts, and then you clean the caries. It's also not painful because we make anesthesia to make this. And then we place a metal brace around the teeth, and so as the material is not going anywhere else that we want, we make a border, and in this border we are applying the material. And then the second step, and then the third one, and the color, and then we give light to harden the material. And we go on step by step. We have to be very careful during these applications, because dentistry is something that you have to be very careful in every step. Then we polish the surface. And after polishing, you see there's no difference between the neighbor teeth and the other. The result is perfect. And in this way, you'll be able to prevent the teeth, and you will not make any crowns, you don't extract the teeth, you don't need any root treatments. If you go to your dentist earlier, as early as you can, you may have the best result as seen on the table, and you will be very satisfied. Less pain, less payment, less time, everything will be less. But if you wait, everything will be growing day by day. And there's another application. Sometimes some of our teeth are moving because of some gum problems. If the patient has gum problems, the patient will be very suffering from while biting something, chewing something, eating something. There's a application with fibers, and this is very good for the patient. You see, these are the teeth of the patients. It's moving because of gum problems. But the neighbor teeth are more strong and more stable, and we apply acid etching on the surface, and then we wash. We place composites. 20 minutes waiting time. And then we go ahead to the second step with the materials. We place the fiber. This is a fiber material. It's very strong and it's very biocompatible. And 20 seconds more. And good neighbors protect the poor neighbor, you see. And I always explain my patients like this. There's a poor neighbor and the others are stronger, so they help the poor one. And in this way, the poor and the moving one will be more durable and more stable in the mouth and will be serving the patient long time. And we have some white spot lesions in the mouth, and we need to clean them. It's very easy, but if we leave them in that way, they may be harmful. So we work in a very easy way with the white spot lesions, and in this way we'll be serving the patient really very good result. Sorry. You see the white spot lesions on the teeth, the surface is not in the same color. As I mentioned, the white spots, they are lesions, and if you don't treat them, they grow day by day. And then we use a special material and special polishing machine to clean these areas, and then give laser light. And finally, the teeth is the same color in any area of the crown. Root canal treatment. This is one of the treatments that patients are always afraid of, and they think that it is very, very difficult procedure and very painful procedure. As I mentioned at the beginning, the first step is to make a good anesthesia, and then you can make everything on teeth, even root canal treatment. And you start your root canal treatment with anesthesia. And since we are using very good machines, not with our hands, we are making these treatments with machines, very, very special machines. And these machines help us to be able to make treatment in the best way, to stop in the correct point, and to be able to clean the caries and the unwanted materials and the materials that are giving pain to the patient very, very easily. You see, this is a teeth. Most dentists say that you have to extract this teeth. The teeth is really in not good position, and it's really very, very bad. But it's possible to repair this teeth, even this teeth, even the ones that are worse than this one. We first of all clean the area with a big one, then go ahead until we reach to the roots. Then we clean the roots. The roots are cleaned. You see the apex of the molar is not good. We do the cleaning several times, several times. Wash and clean, but no pain, no problem. Then we place the sponge in the crown, and then we place. We wait. Sometimes we do this. This is the way that we do sometimes. Normally, we finish the treatment in the same day. We wait for a while and then clean again. Because these teeth has lesions. You see in the apex of the teeth. These are big, big lesions. So we have to make several times of cleaning in such teeth. Then place again, and the temporary filling, wait for a while again. You see the healing in the roots. Roots are healed now, and then we wash, we dry, we place we call them gutta perca. There are some kinds of plastic material. We fill in the roots with plastic material. You see the apex is very, very healthy now. The bone is very healthy. The crown is very, very healthy. Then we place the filling. We apply light. And finally, the teeth is again very, very healthy. And it will serve the patient for many years. In such kind of operation, the patient don't need any extraction, don't need any implants or something. Yes, implants. There's something that many patients think, again, it's very difficult job and it's very painful thing, but trust me, it's really very easy surgery. You see there's a teeth here. The patient lost, unfortunately, the teeth. The gum tissues are healing. We cut and first open see the bone, place the implant. Place some material and membrane via material, and then close. Then close the flaps. Wait for a while. And it's done. This video will show you the placement of the implant in the posterior region. You see there's a space here. The teeth is not there. There is a lost teeth, missing teeth. We place the implant. It is like a screw. You see, there are screws on the implant, and it's going ahead through the bone, like a screw going in the wall or in the wood. It's going ahead. And in this way, we place the implant, and that's all. Anterior region is more important while placing the implant, because the aesthetic area has to be more a place that we have to be very careful, because if you place the implant in the wrong angulation, you may have very big aesthetic problems with the patient. You see here, there's an anterior teeth. We make a drilling in the bone, and after drilling, we place the implant just in the same angulation with the neighbor anterior teeth. We check the angulation, we correct. Yes, it's perfect now. You see, it's like in the same direction with the root of the teeth. The direction should be in the same angulation, because if the angulation is incorrect, you will not be able to place the implant in the correct angle, and the patient will not be satisfied with the implant, with the crown that you managed. And there's another way to make the implant. We call it minimal invasive method, because this method is really very important, because we always want to work with the patient in minimal invasive way. In this way, we don't make the missing teeth, you see. We don't make any drilling and anything. We just directly place the implant in the bone, because we want to be more minimal invasive. And then we place the abutment and then the crown. We place some glue in the crown, and then we place it there. All-on-4 implant system. All-on-4 implant system is really very important and very popular nowadays. The founder of this system is very good friend of mine. He's Molo. He's a very important man in our field, and our people respect him very much. And this method is very useful method, because by this method you may be able to place implants to the patients with a very big bone loss, and you will be able to make immediate loading. Immediate loading is very important procedure, because with this immediate loading, you'll serve the patient prosthesis as soon as you place the implants. Let's see the video. You see there's a patient with no teeth and really big bone loss. The hole you see is the place that the nerves are coming out, and because that area is very important for us. You see, with angulation, you place the posterior implants, and the anterior implants are in the direct angle, but the other ones are about 37 degrees angulated. Then you place the multi-unit implant abutments after closing the gum tissues, you place the prosthesis, and you don't use any glue, you see, you just screw them, because these are screw retained in prosthesis, and the prosthesis will be retaining there with screws. No glue, nothing to place inside. This is another method, with, again, for implants, but this time we have enough bone, so we place the implants in direct way and direct angulation. We call it Dolder bars. We place the bars between the implants, and we place the Dolder bars, female parts, in the prosthesis, and then we place the prosthesis. And in this way, there is even no screws. No screws, but the difference is that this prosthesis is removable one. The prosthesis can be taken out and placed again. The patient can replace the prosthesis from the mouth and then place it in the mouth again. But in Olon, the previous one, the patient should go to the dentist for the checks and to take the prosthesis out, because it's screw retained, and only a dentist can take the prosthesis out. And this is the way of bridge metal plated side tooth. You see here there's the teeth. Sorry. This teeth is missing. The patient don't want any implant. We unfortunately cut the neighbor teeth, make some preparations on the crowns, and they become smaller. And then we make the bridge, but it's not something that we want. We prefer less harm and be more invasive to the teeth, because we respect your tissues very much, and the best way for this respect is placing implants. And after making these bridges, the clinical procedure is also very important. You see there's a bridge here. To clean the surfaces between and under the crowns, between the gum tissues, you need to use very special floss. Because if you don't use such kinds of floss, there will be bacteria around the crowns. You see, you clean in between the crowns. That's all. Periodontosis is also a very important thing for us. You see, after periodontosis, you'll have bone loss and tissue loss in the gum and in your hard tissues. Both soft and hard tissues are really in bad position by periodontosis. You have to clean around the roots and the crowns, because there is bleeding there. You have to finish, first of all, bleeding, and then place some biomaterial to correct the problem there, and then healing starts again, and then it's done. Now it's successful, and it's healthy again. Osteoplastic upper jaw is something I want to show you as well. I hope it's not boring. It's my job, and it's very enjoyable for me. I'm trying to not bore anybody, but I'm sorry if I bore you with these videos. But I'm using not real videos, and I don't want to show you any blood or any real tissue. I want to show you the as sweet as I can. You see, there is bone loss, we place the bone, additional bone because there is bone loss. We screw the bone there. We close with membranes, wait for a while. We place membrane, close the soft tissues. Then we are able to place a successful implant in the area because now we have enough bone. For us, bone is no problem. In no case we say the patient, sorry, you have less bone, so we can't place you implants. We can place any kind of bone, but we need some more time if we have less bone. Orthodontic treatments are also important, but for patients, braces are really something that they don't want. So while using these braces, the patient don't want to see them and then don't want to any metal thing in the mouth. So we are using aligners for these kinds of treatments now. You see, this patient has problems. You see, you perform the aligners, they are invisible. That's why we call them Invisalign. They are clear aligners. We place them in the mouth, and there is no difference. And the patient can sometimes take them out and replace again himself. Molar distillation. In some cases, we need to move the molars a little bit more distal area because there is not enough space in the anterior region. We need to move the crowns a little bit backwards. You see, we perform orthodontic apparat, and with this apparat we enlarge the mouth and we carry the molars more distal and then push the anterior teeth backwards, and it's done. Now it's perfect. And for these kinds of treatments, in earlier years, we were saying our patients that sorry, you can have this treatment only until 16 years old age. But now, even our patients in 70 years old can have these treatments. There is no age limit for orthodontic treatments. Bracket cleaning. To clean the braces is very important because around the braces, sometimes the patient have really big back problems and very big food infections.
Dr. Genç, we are over the time.
I just checked my watch, and deep close is also very important. I am going forward.
Please take your time and try to finish early as possible.
Thanks a lot. Deep closure was not so important, so I place it at the end of the presentation. Thanks everybody for your attention. Hopefully we'll be meeting again anywhere in the world or any online presentation. All the best and best regards.
I think if you can stop your sharing, Dr. Genç, we have well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we are back with our next presenter. Before that, I would like to thanks to Dr. Yalçın Genç, CEO of the Dentapol Clinic and Medipol, Dentapol and Dentamed Clinics, from Ankara. It was very informative information and treatment and latest technology talking about the dental treatment. And today's our last presenter and last webinar going to be about integrative and innovative rehabilitation technologies and treatments by Fizyomer Eskişehir. So we are moving from capital city Ankara to Eskişehir, and with us Dr. Melih Ünver, representing the Fizyomer Physiotherapy and Rehabilitation Hospital in Eskişehir. And Eskişehir is located between Ankara and Istanbul in the middle, so easy to reach Eskişehir, either from Istanbul Sabiha Gökçen Airport or Istanbul Airport, or from Ankara. There is also from both sides fast train, 250 kilometer speed, high speed of trains, where you can reach easily. Also, I believe that Fizyomer is providing private VIP transfers for their guests also from Ankara or from Istanbul to Eskişehir. Eskişehir is really nice city, which is looking like Venice. Venice, Turkey is the Eskişehir. When you go to Eskişehir, don't forget to use the gondolas like in Venice. Well, I will leave the floor to Dr. Melih to do his presentation lively with us and online in as our last webinar presenter. Dr. Melih, the floor is yours.
Mr. Emin Çakmak. First of all, I would like to thank to Mr. Chairman Emin Çakmak and then THD's valuable team and everyone who contributed. We have got short teaser video of the physiotherapy and then we'll present presentation. Because of that, let me start with the teaser right now. Physiotherapy, Physical Therapy and Rehabilitation Medical Center is one of the most distinguished medical centers that implements an innovative and integrative treatment program in Turkey. Physiomer was founded in 2000 in Eskişehir, Turkey. Physiomer Therapy, Physical Therapy and Rehabilitation Medical Center was founded by specialist Dr. Türkan Tüner. She has 35 years of professional experience as a senior specialist physiotherapy and rehabilitation. During the 21 years, she applies her own innovative integrative rehabilitation program to the patient with cerebral palsy, stroke, spinal injuries, muscular disorders, and orthopedic disorders in Physiomer Medical Center. Our mission: high quality rehabilitation for life quality of the all people. That's our team: 6 physical therapy and rehabilitation specialist doctors, 1 neurology specialist doctor, internal medicine specialist doctor, radiologist doctor, dermatologist doctor, 25 experienced physiotherapists, 25 physiotherapy nurses, 4 medical masseurs. Our medical departments, 6 polyclinics of physical therapy and rehabilitation, 2 adult neurologic rehabilitation units, 1 pediatric rehabilitation unit, orthopedic rehabilitation unit, hydrotherapy, aquatic rehabilitation pool, wheelchair rehabilitation unit, robotic spinal decompression unit, lymphedema rehabilitation unit. These are our medical units: physical therapy and rehabilitation, neurology, internal medicine, cosmetic dermatology clinic, therapy, robotic laser unit, radiology, cryotherapy, occupational therapy, manual therapy, dry needling, acupuncture therapy, ozone therapy, and 80 physical therapy waxes. Treatment modalities: pediatric rehabilitation, adult neurologic rehabilitation, orthopedic rehabilitation, hydrotherapy, aquatic physiotherapy, virtual reality rehabilitation, occupational therapy, speech therapy. Then another one: hippotherapy simulator, manual therapy, hand rehabilitation, shockwave therapy, kinesiotherapy, plasma-rich platelet, PRP, high-intensity robotic laser, magnetotherapy, dry needling, scoliosis rehabilitation, acupuncture therapy, spinal decompression therapy with robotic antalgic tract, certificated by FDA, cryotherapy. The another modalities: cardiac rehabilitation, ozone therapy, pulmonary rehabilitation. This is the important one: post-COVID rehabilitation, cosmetic, dermatology, clinical applications, massage therapy. We have got 21 years experience about pediatric rehabilitation, especially cerebral palsy, myopathy. Experienced specialist doctors and physiotherapists good at neurologic rehabilitation, stroke, and hemiplegia. Nowadays, innovative treatment is virtual reality rehabilitation. Virtual reality rehabilitation is usable for stroke, MS, Parkinson. Spinal decompression therapy. Our success rate is 25% with robotic antalgic tract. This therapy is certificated by FDA. Is useful for spinal decompression with herniated disc, cervical, lumbar hernia. Also, we are good at sports rehabilitation and orthopedic rehabilitation, like meniscus injuries, traumatic after accidents, sport injuries, ACL. Hydrotherapy, aquatic physiotherapy is also effective on adult, pediatric, rehabilitation, neurological disorders, scoliosis, kyphosis, CP, stroke, hemiplegia, paraplegia, tetraplegia, and spinal cord injuries. Cryotherapy is also effective on pain and edema relief, traffic accident injuries, sport injuries, tendons and meniscus laceration. Plasma-rich platelet therapy has got success about arthrosis, especially on knee. What does this laser do? High-intensity robotic laser therapy has got success, edema relief, nerve regeneration accelerator, fascial paralysis, cervical lumbar hernia, effective on sports fractures, sports rehabilitation. Drying is also usable on fibromyalgia. Obesity and painful syndromes are reached a solution with this therapy, acupuncture therapy. What specialties in the Physiomar Medical Center are the most demanded? Cerebral palsy rehabilitation, rehabilitation after stroke, rehabilitation after spinal cord injury, fascial paralysis, rehabilitation after brain injury, orthopedic rehabilitation, hip bone and knee replacement, post-COVID pulmonary rehabilitation, cardiac, spinal decompression therapy with robotic antalgic tract after lumbar and cervical hernia. The diseases that we apply successfully in pediatric rehabilitation and adult rehabilitation. Pediatric ones, cerebral palsy, cerebral injuries after trauma, osteogenesis imperfecta, muscular dystrophy, neuromuscular disorders. To successfully apply in adult neurologic rehabilitation, stroke, post-traumatic brain injury, encephalitis, spinal cord injury, multiple sclerosis, neuromuscular disorder, cervical and lumbar disc hernia, fascial paralysis. Also pediatric and adult orthopedic rehabilitation that we apply in successfully. Fractures, sport injuries, amputation and advanced prosthesis application, post-polio rehabilitation, post-operative rehabilitation, hip bone and knee replacement, arthritis, strains, back and neck pain, spinal conditions. Our international patient portfolio. Every year, 350 patients with cerebral palsy, stroke, spinal injury, and orthopedic disorders came to our Center for Physiomar's individual integrative rehabilitation program from several countries, such as Ukraine, Germany, Belgium, Holland, England, Kuwait, Lebanon, Finland, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Algeria, Sudan, Iraq, and Syria. We accept patients between the age of 6 months and 90 years for treatment. Why should I have to trust Physiomar therapy? The first reason, 21 years experience on the pediatric rehabilitation for cerebral palsy. Another reason, 21 years experience on the adult neurologic rehabilitation on stroke, brain and spinal injury. The third one, intensive integrative rehabilitation program. Innovative treatment program, high technology treatment modalities, and the important one, last one, the 93% success rate of annually. We are offering 10 advances to our patients who are choosing us for taking treatment in Physiomar Medical Center. In addition to classic treatments, our individualized integrative rehabilitation programs that include innovative modalities such as virtual reality rehabilitation, robotic assisted rehabilitation, and aquatic exercise rehabilitation. Intensive treatment programs are applied intensively to patients for 4 hours every day. Sorry. Our treatments are very cost effective because of the patients are accommodated in 4 or 5-star hotels and residences near of the medical center. This provides higher accommodation comfort while providing a lower hospital stay cost for the patient and patient's accompanied. We provide 24 hours, 7-day medical assistance, free transfer between hospital to medical center. We offer all the patients and accompanied free stitcher only once during the treatment times. This one is also most important one why patients is choosing us. We are providing to all patients free airport VIP transfer by our reliable team and friendly experts team. We provide the free translator support in Russian, English, German, Arabic. Delicious Turkish cuisine and international meals. And also Eskişehir is the 8th safest city in the world. This is the map, our location on this, so you can see it. Eskişehir is the 3.5 hours far from Istanbul airport. 2.5 hours far from Istanbul Sabiha Gökçen airport. 2 hours far from Ankara Esenboğa airport. 1 hour far from the Zafer airport by car. Also, there is a local Hasan Polatkan airport in our city, in Eskişehir. Currently, there is a 2-way reciprocal charter flight from this airport to Brussels and some of the European cities. Our integrative rehabilitation programs accelerate the improvement of the patients with cerebral palsy and stroke. During the 21 years, it has been working with expert team in the field of pediatric rehabilitation on neurologic rehabilitation. Our spatial intensive and integrative rehabilitation programs that are developed by using innovative devices are successfully applied on the patient with cerebral palsy and stroke and spinal patients. Classical rehabilitation programs are usually consist of the basic physical therapy applications such as electrotherapy, ultrasound, shockwave, etc. Device plus rehabilitation exercises. In the classical rehabilitation programs, improvement of the neurologic disorders takes approximately 6 to 12 months. We are preparing 1 month intensive and integrative rehabilitation program for the patient. We are giving the patients a total of 4-hour rehabilitation per day, 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon. After the patient neurologic exam, we add the innovative devices and methods to the treatment according to the patient neurologic condition. For example, if the patient has spasticity, we add the cryotherapy or buttocks therapy to the program. If the patient has motor impairment or muscle weakness, we add the robotic laser therapy plus virtual reality rehabilitation and aquatic rehabilitation to the patient, to the treatment. If the patient has balance and coordination impairment, we add the virtual reality rehabilitation plus robotic assisted balance and walking therapy to the program. Our medical council creates an individual integrative treatment program for each patient. These programs are applied to the patient by expert physiotherapist team during the 1 month. Our comparative treatment results of our medical center in last 2 years. Integrative programs are applied in total 53 cerebral palsy patients. Their age range is 6 months to 22 years old. After 1 month treatment, 30.7% of the 52 patients who received classical rehabilitation program had improvement in neurologic disorders. However, 75.2% of 101 patients who received our integrative rehabilitation program had improvement in neurologic disorders. In the same period, in total, 250 stroke patients were applied to our integrative rehabilitation program. Their age range is 32 to 78 years old. 46% of 63 stroke patients who received classical rehabilitation program had improvement in neurologic disorders. However, 81.2% of 187 stroke patients who received our integrative rehabilitation program had improvement in neurologic disorders. As a result, we observed that our intensive and integrative rehabilitation programs that early applied on cerebral palsy and stroke patients speed up their improvements in neurologic disorders. Finally, we want to say that our annual clinical success rate is 93% in all of the neurologic rehabilitation patients. Also, finally, I would like to show some modalities on our cosmetic departments: laser epilation, facelift techniques, skin rejuvenation and rejuvenation, neck lift without surgery, wrinkle treatment, acne and acne scar treatment, wound scar treatment, telangiectasia and pigmental lesion treatment, stripe treatment, brow lift without surgery, body laser tightening, melasma, tongue spots, and hyperhidrosis. Hair transplantation, follicular unit extraction. We have been using many years this technique for achieve natural looking and lifelong results. Also, we are checking your hair health after this application. Hair treatment with PRP. In this procedure, PRP procedure, the patient's own blood is drawn and treated in special instrument. Here, and the fraction that nurtures and develops the fibroblast is separated and injected into this area of hair loss. This method is particularly effective in genetic hair loss. Furthermore, the PRP treatment can be combined with hair mesotherapy in the patient with genetic hair loss. We wish the high quality life for people all of the world. Thank you. Also, we would like to cooperate with European companies and the contributors. Would you please contact us with these numbers? Thanks a lot. Thanks for your participation.
Well, Dr. Melih, thank you very much for your presentation. It was very informative, and thanks for sharing with us all services that you are providing from Eskişehir Fizyomer. And I believe that from Balkan, there will be a lot of interest for your clinic, because by car also they are driving from Bulgaria and some other regions. They come by car and they drive to Istanbul, and from Istanbul, it's easily they can reach Eskişehir as well, another 2.5–3 hour driving. And please keep requesting your B2Bs from Balkan regions for tomorrow and after tomorrow. 2 more days we have the B2B platform going to be open, and hopefully you can succeed to build a fruitful cooperation in between you and your clinic and our international buyers and visitors.
Yes, of course. By the way,
thanks to you, and hello to Eskişehir from here.
Dr. Türkan also, she wants to say hi to all of the exhibitors.
Please.
Merhabalar.
Merhaba. How are you, doctor?
Hi.
Good to see you and good to hear you. So we are happy to having Dr. Melih with us lively today and doing the presentation. And hopefully you will build a new cooperation in Balkan region, because it's a great potential region for medical tourism. A lot of patients are moving to Turkey from that region, especially rehabilitation and physiotherapy nowadays is required for almost everybody else plus 40. So plus 40, all clients are your potential client to have some rehabilitation.
Evet, bekliyoruz. Yardımcı olmak için hazırız.
We are ready for the helping for them, and we are waiting their request.
Great. Thank you for joining us, and we will keep in touch for the next organization as well. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank all of you being with us and following our webinars. A lot of different direction and alternative treatments we have presented to you today from our hospitals and clinics from Turkey, from different groups. Thanks to our professors and doctors who was giving their presentation and sharing their knowledge and information and the method of new technology of treatments for different kind of diseases. And we wish you a good evening, and we would like to see you tomorrow as well, because our webinars are continue tomorrow, and our B2B meetings will gonna continue tomorrow and after tomorrow till Saturday. Whoever cannot conduct B2B meeting with our participant, with our exhibitors, please try to request B2B meetings with our exhibitors from travel agent and from clinics, hospitals, and also from thermal resort and wellness and spa centers. Try to conduct and organize your meetings for tomorrow and after tomorrow. They are waiting your inquiries, and we will be tomorrow together, hopefully happily and healthy. Thank you, and see you tomorrow.
Everyone knows that Turkey is a great destination for holidays, but it's also a rising star of healthcare services for international medical travelers. Over 1 million patients from all over the world choose Turkey for treatment and diagnostics every year. Turkey offers world-class medical services in state-of-the-art private hospitals and brand new PPP city hospitals. Turkey, the rising star destination for international healthcare travelers. Thanks to investments in the latest technology, talent and infrastructure, Turkey today offers high-quality medical services to patients from all over the world. Orthopedic patients come to Turkey for a wide range of technologically advanced procedures, successfully performed by highly qualified Turkish doctors at a time to suit you. Turkey, the rising star destination for international healthcare travelers.